Welcome to the Weld County Fair 2026 Swine Show. As we get into this today, we have a few thank yous to give out. First being to our judge. Our judge today is Kane Austin. Now, Mr. Austin, we have a bio for you. Thank you for being here today. But Kane is married to his wife, Tawny, and has welcomed their first child, a son named Judge, on March 15th of this year. Most recently, having spent 7 years as livestock judging coach at Hutchinson Community College in Hutchinson, Kansas. He was a member of competitive livestock judging teams at Lincoln Land Community College and Kansas State University and received a bachelor in animal science from K-State. He's since gone on to work on his master's in community and leadership development at the University of Kentucky. He was an active member of the NJSA and Team Purebred growing up and was the NJSA Junior Board President while in college. His faith, family, and love for the livestock industry are most important to him. He tries to be the best follower of Christ day in and day out that he can be. Thank you, Kane. Now, alongside Kane, we have our ring help today. We've got Tessa Boko, Jennifer Forgash, Sarah Ellefson, Michael Archambault, Cashley Hayden, and Garrett McGurl. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your help and the abundance of help that we have this year. And then as people file in, and we have so many people in person, if you have family, friends, etc. that would like to watch the show, it is all live streamed on Ringside Live, and that is through the gentleman there in the corner next to the swamp cooler, Laddie Treehart, Treehall. And it's free to watch for anyone. So if you would, send that out to your family. Allow us to show off this show and our exhibitors and the animals in the ring.
Well, good morning, County. Good morning, Weld County. Certainly a pleasure to be here. Heard a lot about your show from folks that I consider mentors and some friends that have judged this event, and definitely looking forward to the day. I know it's going to be hot, but give you two promises before we get started. Each and every young person that comes through the ring, be it in Showmanship, our breeding show, or the Market Hog show later today, is going to get a fair look, and you're going to get my honest evaluation. Every time I step in the ring, that's what I try to do, is just give you my opinion. That's all it is, but do it honestly. And when I go home tonight, be happy with the ones that I picked and make really no excuses for anything else. So looking forward to the day. I think we got a great way to start here this morning in our senior division. And in this first heat, I think, all young people that do a great job. We've got 2 heats of these, and so we're going to pull back 5 out of this particular grouping to get to our top 10 a little bit later on. No particular order. The 5 that we're going to pull back that I thought from start to finish were very consistent and did a lot of good things. So the young lady here in the green is going to come back out of this particular group. Young lady right here in the red shirt with the blue barrel is coming back particular class. Our young gentleman here in the white shirt is going to come back and join us. Young lady here in the black, I thought needed to come back and join us as well. A young lady here in the maroon shirt are the 5 that we're going to pull out of this particular group. Just a couple honorable mentions. I thought the young lady with the predominantly white hog there started out really strong and does a great job with eye contact and intensity. That barrel wants to play out on her just a little bit, and we maybe start to overuse the whip just a skosh. If we could maybe just come in and understand showmanship setting. We got to have intensity, but we got to be a little bit more relaxed to withstand the drive. That was probably what I was looking for. Our young gentleman here, I thought, again, he's the opposite, very relaxed and collected at the same point in time. Probably didn't see him quite as consistently out to the center of the ring and maybe got hung up with some others, just a shot a time or two. Young lady there with the predominantly black, again, coming out, would like maybe just a little more intensity, get that hog going at a more consistent pace. Thought we sped up and got her going a little bit more consistently. The longer that we went, just needed a little bit better first impression. But again, your young people are great in that first heat. Please send them back with a big round of applause if you would. get into a really deep class here. I know we've got 9. We're going to pull one back to hold the suspense here just a bit. But I thought the 4 we pinned off coming out of the gate just did a lot of really solid things. And there's several more that are remaining out here that I thought first impressions were very good. And maybe the hogs haven't stuck with them and maintained the drive. And I think, Showmanship is as much of a two-person sport as it is anything else, and those hogs, you hope that they stick in and hang in for those young people. The 10th one that will pull back, again, no particular order. 10th one we'll pull back is one that this hogs maybe wanted to be a little more stop and go for the individual, but I thought they've done a nice job in terms of maintaining their ability to get this hog drove. Our young gentleman right here, we're going to pin him off as well and include him in our top 10. We'll give him a little time to rest there and work through our top 10. Honorable mentions, a young lady here, kind of the purplish shirt there, does a very nice job in terms of eye contact and giving me a side view of that particular hog. There's times, again, maybe want to get hung up with a couple individuals out here. I didn't see quite as many angles of that particular barra as maybe some of the ones that we did pin off. They gave me a few more angles, but she does a very good job and was certainly close to catching a pin. I thought our young gentleman right here with a wider belted hog, that barra maybe come in just a little bit more lethargic in his pace, and because of that has to use his whip a shot more to get him up and get him rolling. I thought he did a nice job of presenting the hog, and getting the most out of his project. Thought the ones that we pinned off were just a little more intense and a little quicker, beat him to those spots. These young people probably would like to see just a shot more eye contact or intensity, but certainly taking nothing away. They do a great job as well. Put your hands together for them as they exit the ring, please.
As our exhibitors settle in the ring, we want to highlight and shout out to all of our exhibitors, being that in the ring now is Kelsey Boxberger, Audrey Davis, Dawson Dever, Cindy Dudley, Emily Gray, Addison Powers, Cash Shelton, McKenna Taylor, Zach Vaughn, and Haley Walker. If we could, a quick round of applause for all the hard work and time these exhibitors have put in.
Really a phenomenal group, and to sort through those top 10, just to kind of talk to you about the ones we have placed 10 through 5, and we'll go from 10 on up and then tell you what we do with our top 4. Young lady in 10 there made it out of our first heat, very competitive group of young people, and just was very solid within that particular drive. We got them back out on the redrive and felt like maybe at times you got hung up with some other exhibitors. There was times that barrel wanted to throw it in reverse or stop on you just a little bit. If we could have been just a shot smoother, we would have moved you up maybe a couple spots. Love your eye contact. Your intensity is very good. Congratulations to you, young lady there in 10. Young lady in 9 here in the blue shirt, another one that comes out. First impression was awesome, and in terms of eye contact, intensity, you drove right at me with the chest view. Thought whenever we got the bigger group back out in that final 10, there were times, again, I would have liked to see maybe more angles of your hog, try to get to a 3/4 view going away, or work kind of a pattern in the center of the ring where you can get me some more angles and views. I felt like we maybe got stuck going side to side in that final drive, but you do an excellent job. Love your eye contact, your intensity, your enthusiasm is awesome. Congratulations to that young lady. Young man here in 8 suits me extremely well, and just to be frank with you, if your barrow had hung in there a little bit longer, we would have moved you up. I don't want to wear your hog out. We got to show them again later this afternoon. I love your intensity, love the fact that you know where I'm at all times. Your ring awareness is awesome. Wish we could have more young people in showmanship kind of have that type of ring awareness. Just wish that hog would have hung in there for you a little bit better. Congratulations to the young man there in the 8-hole. Young lady here in 7, again, awesome job. First impression, very, very good. Love your eye contact. Intensity was great. Came out of the gate, and you know what you want to do. I can see on your face you kind of have a plan, you have a pattern. I was that type of showman. I wanted to kind of know exactly where to get to. Obviously, as you adapt and have to, you know, react to other people out here, you were able to maneuver that as well. The longer that barrel wanted to be just a little bit more hard to get him to turn, and because of that, we probably didn't look quite as smooth on some of those passes whenever we got down to really sorting the little details. But you do so many good things. Shouldn't be ashamed of the job you did. Excellent job to that young lady there in 7. Young lady in the black here in 6, another one that just, you know, probably a little different type of showman comparatively to some that we've talked about. You know, just very cool, calm, and collected, and I appreciated that about you. I think you have enough intensity, but you stay under control. Your hog's going at the right type of pace. You're very quiet with the whip, and I appreciate that. Didn't have to make very many taps, and when we did, they were light touches there that just told him where we needed to go. I guess at the end of the day, comparatively to some of the ones ahead of you, and what I prefer, we could have used just a shot more intensity to beat those other people to those spots at times, and I felt like that's kind of what it boiled down to in these top 5 or 6. Ultimately, you do a really nice job. Your style would fit a lot of judges. Shouldn't be ashamed of the job you did either. Good job to that young lady there in the 6 hole. Young lady with the Tamworth hog in 5, coming out of the pins, and I guess if there's younger, divisions or intermediates are up here and we go down, there's several of these young people that we have remaining that, in my opinion, when you don't have to touch the gate and you don't have to worry about getting it open and shut, come out, give me a couple different angles there. I'm giving you enough time, to make adjustments and not just drive in a straight line. This young lady gave me several angles of her hog within the first 5-6 seconds, and I love that. Those are the type of things that I'm after. Several of these out here did as well. Ultimately, that Gilt wanted to be just a little bit more headstrong for you at times. I thought it was just a matter of smoothness throughout the duration here in the last couple, 30, 45 seconds that you were out before we pinned you. That Gilt was wanting to be just a little bit tougher to get drove. So awesome job in several areas. Wish we could have been just a shot smoother. If you would, put your hands together for those that we have in the pins. You 4 can fire them up. I'll tell you kind of how we're going to line these up. I don't think that you can pick one and be wrong. I think they all do a phenomenal job in terms of just consistency, giving me different angles, and having the right type of ring awareness. These 4, I thought, as I go through my mental checklist, hit all of those boxes extremely well. It's a matter of just splitting hairs and personal preference whenever showmanship gets this good, and I understand that. And just ultimately, the young person that's going to end up in 4 is the young lady in red here, and I thought she did a great job in terms of her eye contact, giving me a chest view coming out of the gate. Maybe could have seen a couple more views within that first impression, 5 to 7 seconds, but as we went, you stayed very under control, driving a predominantly white hog, and there's no marks on him at all. Did a great job being quiet with the whip. Really appreciate what you did there to that young lady. 4, congratulations to her. Third place is going to be our young man in the blue shirt here with the predominantly black barrel. And came out, he gives me those angles that I'm after. He's an intense showman, but again, still quiet with his whip. He's able to get the most out of that barrel, and keep him rolling at the right type of pace. There was just, and I'm talking maybe once or twice, we got hung up with another individual. Your eye contact is so good that at times maybe would have liked to seen you just stay, kind of away from some of those individuals and not get hung up. But when you do get to the open areas and you are able to give me those views, you do so many good things. Congratulations to him. I thought these two young people here in first and second, just in terms of first impressions, were very, very strong. They do a lot of things that I'm after, I think, in terms of, their eye contact, the ring awareness. They're as good as any in this particular lineup, and yet they still gave me the most views of anybody and were able to avoid traffic. And I think that's so good. The mark of a good showman is be able to know where that judge is and keep eye contact, and yet use your peripheral vision, if you will, to kind of maneuver and not get hung up. And both of these young people did it. There's one that obviously I think is a little more intense as far as getting more pace out of that hog, and there's one that this hog has been, maybe a little bit, tired on him, but he's never squealed. He's kept him going at the right type of speed and understanding how to get the most out of his project. Push comes to shove, stepping behind him. One of them crossed over once, one of them didn't. That's ultimately what breaks it for me. Young lady, you're going to be second. Young man, you're going to be first. Congratulations to both of those young people. Excellent set of showmen here. Put your hands together for them one more time.
As our exhibitors leave the ring, our placings were in 10th, Kelsey Boxberger; 9th, Addison Powers; 8th, Cash Shelton; 7th, Emily Gray; 6th, Cindy Dudley; 5th, Haley Walker; 4th, Audrey Davis; 3rd, Zach Vaughn; 2nd, with your reserve grand senior showman, McKenna Taylor; and for first and grand champion senior showman, Dawson Dever. as this class enters and as we start on the stretch of the day, I'd like to put a reminder out that we have a pop stand just across from our Showmanship ring. And if you need any refreshments, burritos, drinks, they have some. I know you guys hit it last year pretty hard, but they, of course, have every refreshment you could possibly need for this show for however long you are here sitting under this tent. Thank you.
Good way to get this intermediate division started, and one more to pull again, kind of hold the suspense that way. The four that I peeled off there, in no particular order, they are not placed by very good and get impression, all those things that we need. Very high level, taking nothing away from the ones that we won't pull back, because I think this is a very good group. And in the center of the ring, she did a very good job in terms of getting to those open areas. These four young people, again, just kind of some honorable mention type stuff. The young man here at the belted hug does a good job with eye contact and trying to get the most out of that barrel in terms of speed and pace. At times, maybe get hung up with some traffic. Would like him to maybe just use a little bit more of the ring. We do a great job getting to the center. If we could use a little bit more to kind of get to those open spots and make bigger turns and wider passes, I think that would be beneficial official. But the young man here with the red barra, another one that does a nice job in terms of knowing where I'm at. That barra gets a little more stop and go on him at times. He maybe didn't look quite as smooth in terms of our drive out here as some others that we pulled off. This young lady, obviously coming out of the gate, Gilt was feeling her oats a little bit and maybe didn't have the smoothest first impression. She's really settled in. I've kind of gave that chance to kind of get more consistent in terms of our drive, and she's done a nice job with that. Would like to be just a little bit smoother starting out. This young man, another one that I thought in terms of keeping his hog moving at a good pace and consistent speed, does a good job from that standpoint. I would have liked to see just a shot more intensity there comparatively to some others that we peeled off. Put your hands together for them as they exit, if you would, please. We'll get in and sort that second wave. Good job. good group of them here in the second wave again. Pulled the ones off in no particular order that I thought were very consistent. The fifth one that we're going to pull back out of this particular grouping as well, I thought does a lot of really good things. That's the young lady here in the blue. We're going to send her over to the pins as well. These four young people that we have remaining, I thought the young man with the Duroc Barra here came out good in terms of going at the right speed and kind of keeping that hog maintained, in terms of head up and driving consistently as we've went. Maybe that Barrows wanted to fight him a little bit more and getting a little frustrated, and that's easy to do. Keep your head up, young man. You're doing a good job. Stick with it. I think in showmanship, it's about fighting through adversity as much as anything. Certainly feel like there's some potential there, for future years, definitely. The young lady with the Berkshire, that dog comes in and in terms of keeping him moving, does a nice job. Maybe would like a shot more eye contact, a shot more intensity. I thought our young lady in the long sleeve shirt with the wider belted hog there, comes in, has a little more pace and a little more intensity, and I like that. Maybe need to be just a little bit more, able to get to those open spots. Give me a few more different views and angles of that hog, just a shot more comparatively to some that we pulled off. Young lady here, again, a nice job going at a very good pace. Just would like a little bit more eye contact and consistency throughout the duration of the drive. Very good set of young people there to work with in this particular age group. Put your hands together for them if you would, please. good group of intermediates to work through and get put together. And again, these top 10, I think a number of different ways that you could go. We're at an age group where, we're kind of getting some things figured out as showmen, kind of figuring out what type of style that we want to be as an individual. I think every hog is different, and so just maybe as they continue to progress with age and experience through the ring, making sure that we understand kind of how to get the most out of that animal. Not all of them can go like a marathon runner. Some of them have to go a little bit more at a consistent pace and be a little bit more deliberate and think about where we're going to get to. And I thought the top 5 that we had brought the intensity maybe just a shot more. We'll talk about 10 through 6 here and then tell you what we're going to do on the top 5 individuals. Young lady with the red barrel there in 10, I thought grabbed a pin in that particular heat that she was in just based on being really cool, calm, and collected. I appreciated that about her. She doesn't get too wound up. She's out here, goes at a consistent pace. Would have probably liked to seen just a shot more eye contact. I thought when we pulled them back out of the pins over here, maybe just needed to see a little bit more of a plan of direction where she wanted to drive that particular barra. But I think in terms of being really relaxed and under control, you do a very nice job. Congratulations to that young lady there in 10. Young lady in 9, I think in terms of her eye contact, in terms of her intensity, certainly you do a very good job in that regard. That particular hog for you on this day, maybe being a little bit more headstrong for you, having to work a little harder to get him to move, and I've been there, okay? Don't hold your head about that. I think each and every animal that you bring to the ring is a little different, trying to get the most out of them. You were doing your best. Just would have liked to seen that hog get out and go for you a shot more consistently the longer that we went. Nice job to you. Young man here that we have in the 8 position, thought you do a nice job as well in terms of just coming out and trying to give me some different angles for sure. Gave me a chest view, gave me a rear view, all those things were very, very positive. In terms of eye contact, I think you do a good enough job there to stay ring aware but also know where I'm at. There were times maybe in that first wave that we got hung up with a bit more traffic. I think you got stronger whenever we came out in the second wave of showmen, but maybe that first impression would have liked to seen just a little stronger. Still, definitely deserved to be up here in the top 10. Congratulations to you. Our young man here with the blue gilt comes out. First impression was very strong. Appreciated him in terms of his eye contact, giving me different angles of that particular hog. Gave me a chest view, gave me a rear view going away. All that was great. I think whenever we pinned you off in that first wave, maybe you thought you were placed or something. We kind of gave up just a little bit. Your intensity and your body language was a little bit different, and I guess make sure you stay locked in, whether it's showmanship or the show. If you're getting placed, 5th, 6th in the show, obviously that's not where you want to be, right? And I'm not picking on you, but I think one thing to work on just in terms of moving forward, show to the bitter end, because you never know when it's truly done. You do a great job. Young man here in 6 in the black shirt, in terms of just eye contact, intensity, I think you do a nice job from that regard. Maybe would have liked that hog to stay going for you a little bit more. We had to work really hard to get him to turn the longer that we were out here. We maybe didn't look quite as smooth at times. Do a good job of not getting worked up, and I appreciate that. Not overworking your animal. I think that's smart on a hot day, smart on any day to have a good type of livestock sense, but you do a very nice job staying in control. Please put your hands together 6 through 10 there. You top 5, you guys can fire them up here quick, and we'll tell you how we like these. Again, I think this division, in the seniors, I was a little more, I felt like things just fell into place, and I feel like in this particular division, you could justify a lot of different things, and I probably wouldn't argue with you too much. And, at the end of the day, it is just a matter of personal preference. There's probably little things here or there I'd like to tweak on each of these. They were the ones that, for me, did the most consistent job out of the gate. Your 5th place showman is going to be the young lady in the white shirt right here with the belted hog. I thought she did a good job. The longer that we went of getting to the spots and probably just giving me more angles coming out of the gate, we maybe were just a little unsure of what we wanted to do. We kind of just went at a very lethargic pace. We got stronger within the wave coming back out in this final drive. Again, it took us a little bit to kind of get revved up and settle in. If we could just be more in terms of your intensity and getting to those spots from start to finish. In my opinion, that's what got you put fifth, but you still do a very, very good job, and my compliments to you. 4 and 3, I think, are very close. And again, I thought this pair very similar types of showmen in terms of their intensity, their speed, getting these hogs moving. The young man with the white bear there is going to end up in 4. Coming out of the gate, I thought, boy, that pace that we're going at is going to be hard to maintain. And he's done a good job of keeping the wheels on the bus, I think, in terms of being a fast showman. He certainly is that. He gives me a lot of different angles. We get so caught up maybe in wanting to go that there were a couple times it didn't look quite as smooth. I think we can take a step back. Be a notch smoother. You still are going to beat 99% of them to the open spots. You do a lot things for me. I thought maybe at times we just looked a little fast and we could have slowed it down. Third's the young lady here in the black, and very similar to that young gentleman there that went out the gate in 4. Very, very fast pace, very quick to get to those open spots. I think for me personally, and if you disagree, then listen to your parents, listen to your show coaches, whatever. We could probably take a step back on that Gilt's hip. We get a little forward, kind of the mid part of her body towards her shoulder blade, and there's times when you pass her shoulder blade, that enters their flight zone, and that makes them stop. And so you did that a couple of times. Maybe a longer whip could help you, kind of stand more at the hip and still work the head and the jaw like you want to. Again, if you think I'm crazy, you take it for what it's worth. It's fine. But I thought there was just little things there at times who maybe overstepped towards that Gilt's head and maybe made her go in reverse. But you're very good at getting to the open spots very quickly. These two young gentlemen here, it was very close, and I'll be honest, I'm back and forth. Both of them at times I said, that's your champion. Both of them at times made a mistake or two. That's fine. We're all human. Guys, I make mistakes every day in my own life. I don't expect you to be perfect. I feel like in this particular setting, the one that just hit me extremely hard in terms of coming out of the gate, being intense, and yet has maintained the drive with probably just a shot more smoothness. The young man there in the stripes is going to be second. Young man here is going to be first. Congratulations to both of them. Great pair of young people. Again, very, very great group of intermediates to work with. Put your hands together for them one more time as they exit, if you would.
Thank you, Kane, for another incredible set of reasons and helping educate our young exhibitors here today. But our placings for our intermediate swine showmanship are 10th, Morgan Hendrickson; 9th, Ella Manternock, 8th, Dalton Wilbanks; 7th, Dylan Boschel; 6th, Caleb Maxuga; 5th, Olivia Dever; 4th, Wade Warm; 3rd, Addison Stockton; 2nd, Reserve Grand, Coyd Yonker; and 1st, as your grand champion, intermediate showman, Jackson Hodson.
just the one class, and we're going to rework. We'll see where we're at, but the top 6 or 7 probably in this class. Thought that the young people that we have remaining out here still do a very nice job working with their projects. Talked with them a little bit, and certainly appreciate the job that they're doing. Very relaxed, very under control. All those things are great positives. Again, put your hands together for these as they exit, if you would. We're going to work through the top end of this particular age group. Really fun group to sort through. here in this wave. Just had 13, and so the one class and kind of placed, I guess, 8, 9, and 10 as we worked through getting those final pins filled, taking nothing away at all from those young people. I just felt like in terms of intensity, maybe had some others that fit the bill just a shot better for me today. Young man in 10, I thought, grabbed a pin just based on, being able to be very relaxed. I would have maybe liked to seen him give me a few more angles if we could have. A chest view, rear view going away, but I thought he was very under control. Again, I prefer probably just a shot more intensity, a shot more pace if we can allow for it, but he does a very nice job, still doing his best with that particular project. My compliments to him. Young man with the red hog here in 9 was getting after it. I mean, getting after it to a high level in terms of chest view, gave me different angles of his hog, thought his eye contact and his intensity was very, very good. I guess the hog came in and kind of used the bathroom. I gave him a little bit to get him cleaned up behind, making sure that we kind of keep that animal in a showmanship setting, presented to a very high level. He got a little dirty on you, and the longer that we went, when we talk about splitting hairs and making those calls, I think those were the things that ultimately got you put down in 9. You do a very good job with your eye contact, though. Your intensity level, I think, is very strong in this particular class. Young man there in 8, another one that, very cool, calm, collected. I think gave me good angles of that particular gilt, coming and going, getting to a 3/4 view, giving me a side view profile there. There's times, again, maybe would like to see have just a shot more ring awareness. I felt like we maybe strayed a little further away when we had the whole big group out here, strayed a little further away to the outside. Would like to see you just get to the center and find an open spot as best you can, but he does a nice job as well. Our young lady that we redrove here at the red gilt, another one, very good in terms of just keeping that gilt moving at a very consistent pace as best she can. That gilt got a little more stop and go on her, and probably because of that wasn't quite as smooth as some others that we had. I thought eye contact was good. I thought giving me different angles was good. Again, would like that hog to probably just hang in there a little bit longer for her whenever we had the big group of 13 out. Young lady here in 6, thought did a good job in terms of knowing where she's supposed to get to, found the open spots. All those things were great positives. Gave me a chest view directly coming out of the chute, and your eye contact is very, very good. I appreciate those things. Whenever we got down to it with the final 6 or 7 or 8 there, whenever we were kind of on the drive, I felt like there were times you maybe turned just a little sharp. You're trying to turn back and give me different angles, and I know what you're doing. I appreciate that. You can make a bigger pass and just give me, a side view. Make sure that you don't get hung up. It's kind of like driving an 18-wheeler through downtown Denver. Long passes, making sure we don't turn too sharp. Keeps that hog looking good. Keeps him moving at the right type of pace. Our young lady in 5, simply put, didn't want to wear your bear out. He's starting to maybe be a little vocal on you and getting a little tight. I think you did a good job of maintaining that in terms of staying under control, not overworking him. The longer that we went, it just wasn't quite as possible for you to stay as smooth as maybe some others because of his attitude, not necessarily you doing anything wrong. You did a very nice job. Thought you needed to be commended for sure for landing there in the top 5. Young lady here in the 4th hole, I thought in terms of eye contact and ring awareness, you probably do as good as anybody out here. Thought you maybe used your whip just a touch, more than what I was looking for. That Barra, maybe he just takes that, needing to be told to go and go a little quicker. But I felt like maybe there were some others that used their whip just a little bit quieter. I guess when we get down and kind of work through the top 4 or 5, it's little things like that will sort them. Put your hands together there for those tops, or those 7, 4 through 10. These top 3, I guess, just trying to make quick decisions that are based on first impressions. You guys can fire them up here and drive. These 3 hit me very hard. I know I didn't pin them off 1, 2, 3 immediately. I was trying to see kind of how some of them handled some of those things when they didn't get pinned off right away. And I think ones that maybe got pinned off a little later definitely responded to that in a positive sense. 3rd in this particular heat is going to be our young lady here in the white shirt. Thought she did a really good job of giving me different different angles of that barra, comes out and is intense. That hog was a little more vocal as well. I thought the difference between that one and the one that we put 5 there, she was able to kind of maintain the right type of consistency and pace and still kept very quiet with the whip. She got maybe a little more out of him the longer that we went. Again, maybe wasn't quite as smooth as a couple of these that have blue hogs here, but I thought did a very, very good job. These two young people in first and second, again, thought it was very close. They do so many of the basics things extremely well, and are impressive, all of them impressive at this age, but, great being able to come out, drive predominantly white hogs, not have them marked up, be able to keep them going at the right type of speed. As we kind of put them through the paces there, I thought the individual that just maintained, probably the longer that we went, a shot more smoothness, a shot more intensity, and was still able to get to those open spots and do it at a very, very high level. Very, very close decision. Young man in the pink's going to be second. Young lady in the blue's going to be first. Congratulations to each and every one of them. Great group of them again. My compliments to all these exhibitors. Excellent group of juniors here to work with.
As that class of incredible young showmen leaves the ring, we want to recognize our top 10. 10th being Ben Kern, 9th Brody Stockton, 8th Payson Vernon, 7th Alyssa Ellicott, 6th Emily Mantronock, 5th Hadley DeVitt, 4th Elena Shaw, 3rd Lindley Dever, 2nd with reserve grand Corbin Yonker, and first with your grand champion, junior swine showmanship, Kinley Schreibvogel. As these showmen exhibit in this incredible ring, we want to recognize the Weld County Swine Breeders Association for donating these shavings and helping us put on this show. Thank you again to the Weld County Swine Breeders Association.
Just the 12, and so we worked through all 12 of them. These are going to be our top 5. I'll tell you what we're going to do with them in just a minute. Talk to you about the young people that we have pinned off. Young lady with the blue pig, coming out of the gate. Obviously, that hog wanted to be just a little for her to get going. Once she got her going, I think she does a very nice job, of keeping her moving at a consistent pace, and I appreciate not giving up. I think showmanship and, this livestock project and being involved in 4-H FFA, it's all about how you face adversity. Obviously, I know you're not where you want to be, but you do a great job of not giving up. My compliments to you there, that young lady with the blue gilt. Young lady here with the calico hog, another one that I thought came out and, kept her hog moving at a very good pace. Would like to see just a little more eye contact. Maybe at times we got a little bit further away, had to go searching for you on the outside of the ring just a little bit. But I think in terms of being able to keep your hog moving at a very consistent pace, that's where I think you have a strong suit. Congratulations to both of those young ladies in 11 and 12. Start here then with the young man in the top 10 with the Hereford, and I thought, came out and just very cool, calm, collected. There's probably others that have a little bit more intensity. That's okay. It's your style. If your style is to be a little bit more laid back, certainly I'm good with that. Maybe you could work on just getting that hog moving a little faster. I think there's times where we get hung up just with some traffic in the center of the ring. If you can get him moving at a better pace and kind of utilize more space out here, would have moved you up a couple spots. Good job there to that young gentleman. Young lady here in 9 with the belted gilt, I thought did a good job in terms of giving me some eye contact. She knew where I was at pretty much the whole time, and I think that's tough to do for sure at this age, and so my compliments to you on your eye contact. I think with that we're trying to balance the eye contact and then figuring out where's my pig and how can I keep that hog moving at a consistent pace. If we can kind of blend those two together, which will happen with more experience and more age, I think you're a great young showman. Congratulations to her in 9. Young lady here in 8, another one. I came out of the gate. Love your eye contact. Do a good job. Again, maybe times that hog wants to drift a little further away, to the outside railing or to the corner. If we could kind of marry the two between eye contact on me and also keeping that hog to the center of the ring, 10 to 12 feet, kind of the sweet spot there, that would be, I think, something that can continue to help you move up. But you do a great job. Congratulations to the young lady there in 8th position. Young man here in the green shirt, long sleeves, in 7, did a very good job in terms of coming out, keeping his hog moving at a consistent pace. Again, probably different than the 2 young ladies below him there. Maybe not quite as much eye contact at times, but he is able to keep that hog moving, got to the open areas a little bit quicker. I would have liked a little bit more intensity comparative, to the 5 or 6 ahead of you, but I think you did a good job keeping your hog moving. Great job, young gentleman there in the 7th hole. Young man here in 6, another one that comes out, does a good job in terms of eye contact. Like the fact that he knew where I was at all the time. I think there was times maybe when you step up to that gilt's head, we turn her just a little sharp. If you can take, as you continue in your show career, an approach to take a big long pass, kind of move and give me some different angles. I know those are things that are tough to get done at this particular age. Those are the kind of the little things that I saw that got you put in 6. If you would please put your hands together for 6 through 12 there. Thought our top 5 were very good. Guys can fire them up here if you want and drive. I think this group of young people, at this age, I don't know what our break is here in terms of age, but, it's very difficult for young people this age, to be very good at something, let alone trying to get an animal to do what they want them to do. And so my compliments to all of these exhibitors. I think it's very close. Again, we'll do what we've done and work 5th up to our champion. 5th place is going to be our young man over here with kind of the calico barra. Does a good job, eye contact, intensity, knows where I'm at, keeps his hog moving at a consistent pace. I think in terms of, just getting a few more angles, a few more views, there were a few others that probably did that just a shot more consistently. If we could just change your posture a little bit, be a little bit more upright, I think that's something that could be helpful moving forward. You're kind of a taller young man at this particular age, and so it is hard. We have to kind of figure out what's the sweet spot to look like I'm driving hard enough or being intense enough. Just probably your posture, if we tweak that, maybe move you up a spot. Again, take my opinion for what it's worth. 4th in this particular grouping is going to be the young lady here with the kind of the flower shirt, belted hog. Does a very good job again, being very smooth, and collected. I think the three ahead of her just were able to, again, once again, get me a few more views, a few more angles of their hug. The longer that we went, maybe that barrel wanted to be just a little more stop and go on her. I think that's getting critical, though, of a very, very good young showman in this particular age group. Third's going to be the young man in the black here. I thought just coming out of the gate did very, very good things. Eye contact was good, gave me different angles of that hug. I appreciated that. The longer that we went out here, I thought the two young ladies ahead of you probably just went into their turns with a little more fluidity, were a little bit smoother. Again, it's splitting hairs up on the top end, and I sure do appreciate your intensity, young man. Great job landing in the third hole here. 1 and 2, again, like many of the divisions, I felt like two young people, just first impressions coming out of the gate. They're very strong. They hit you hard in terms of their eye contact. They hit you hard in their ring awareness. They're able to get those barrels moving at a good kind of pace. They're able to get to the open spots very consistently. Felt like between this pair, what ultimately makes the decision for me, I thought your champion came with just a shot more of that killer instinct, if you will. That eye of the tiger, I thought, was just absolutely phenomenal from start to finish. Again, they're not perfect, but they're young people and they're human, and we can't expect them to be. The one that just suited me exceptionally well, young lady with the belted hog, you're going to be our winner. Young lady here, you're going to be second. Congratulations. Excellent, excellent group to finish up with.
As these young showmen leave the ring, they placed in order Adley Nelson in 12th, 11th, Presley Sturkle, 10th, Chesney Adams, 9th, Brighton Wilbanks, 8th, Briley Bidluck, 7th, Bowen DeVitt, 6th, Easton Montronock, 5th, Trent Glass, 4th, Kenzie Ulrich, 3rd, Wesley Warm, 2nd, in your reserve grand being Tori Brazil, and 1st, Marley Mildenberger.
get the breeding gilt show started here. I think a trio of gilts that all have some quality pieces to them. Like the lead off with the young lady's sock-footed gilt there, one that I think just from a proportionality standpoint puts together the most good in terms of her look from the side. She's opened up, coming and going. She's a gilt that's got a good shape on the top side of her skeleton. I like her skull and her extra shot of forearm there in this particular lineup. Not perfect, maybe just in the mid part of her back, right there in the center of her spine. We could set her down just ever so slightly, but I think that gilt puts together the most totals in this particular trio. Young lady in the maroon shirt with the belted gilt's going to come second. Little different type comparative to our class winner, a little longer sided, bigger outlined, and I don't mind that. I think there's a value to that, certainly in terms of having an extra shot of grow and performance. Gilt that's good on the front third of her body in terms of elevation, height, the shoulder, still opened up enough when she comes at you through her chest floor and has a good shape on the top side of her framework. Get behind her. I got to lengthen her hip just a shot in relation to her body length, and I want to square her up just a notch more in terms of her hind leg. She gets a little wide behind where she sets that hock. Young lady's Tamworth gilt here that comes third. One that in terms of shape and muscularity, still having a good look up front, is definitely some positives there. Felt like she was the most upright in the angle of her blade. Got a little more tangled up behind in terms of that hip and hind leg. Good trio of gilts, though. Put your hands together for those exhibitors if you would.
For our previous class of junior spring gilts, we have in second place Margaret Lowry and in first place Haley Walker.
Get into this pair, obviously showing these breeding gilts by age and in terms of where we're at maturity-wise, think you just kind of set that aside and still sort the good ones to the top, regardless how big or small they are. I think there's give and take in this particular pair. I do like the young man's gilt to my left to go ahead and win, just in terms of extra shot of mass and spread that we've got all the way through. Gilt from the side, I think comparative to our gilt that comes second, I think that bend to her hock and just the ability to go north and south when you study range of motion from the profile is a little more appropriate. She's not perfect in her pastern or her knee coming right to you. She's maybe got a little more fluid there on the inside of her joint work when you step in right behind than I would term ideal, but opened up, pliable, gilt that's good from the side in terms of range of motion and looking like a brood sow. Gilton 2, I think from her hip forward, puts together a lot of positives. A tall-fronted type of a gilt in relation to her body length. Like the gilt in terms of elevation. I think that gilt's even a shot stronger footed and square kneed coming to us than the class winner. Get behind her, and I thought like her hip just needed to be a little bit different to how she hinges. She's a little more upright. The angle of her hock and her rear pastern just would like to hinge her a shot different out of her hip and her hind leg. Good pair of them, though. My compliments to those two young men.
For our February gilts, we have in first place Cash Shelton and in second Channing Adams. Again, for our February gilts, Cash Shelton first, Channing Adams in second.
A good class of these. All 6 gilts have some pieces that certainly you can get behind. I think this pair kind of surfaces towards the top just in regard to range of motion, comfort level. Pair of gilts that I think are just able to get out and motor with a shot more reach and flexibility of that pair. The one that's fresher on the top side of her skeleton, I think truer coming to you in terms of her chest and her knee, brings a shot more density of foot and bone to the surface. Young lady in the blues got your class winner, one that I think puts together a very high quality look. Again, not perfect in a place or two. We could fix her just a shot on her front foot coming right to us, but it's getting very critical, I think, of a gilt that puts a lot of positives together. Young man's belted gilt here in second. Just like that one in terms of being more comfortable than the gilts below her. I think truer in terms of where her hock sits, and still puts it together with bulk and mass on the top side of her skeleton from the side. Range of motion is good. A little plainer about her cheek. Not quite as good in her chest and her knee coming right to us as some of the other gilts in drive, but represents more what I'm after in terms of comfort level, feet and legs, and being good through the mid part of her body. Young man there in the blue shirt, a blue gilt, like the shape and muscularity on the top side of that gilt skeleton. Young man brings us a gilt there that in terms of her look up front, length and extension, shoulder blade forward, chest width, and just spread all the way through, puts together a lot of positives. Get behind her. We've got to put her hock in check. As she wants to push her hock a little wide, she's maybe not as stout right at the surface in terms of foot and bone in relation to the amount of muscle mass she has on the top side of her framework. Young lady's gilt that comes out next in 4, heavy structured kind of a gilt, big in her arm, like her skull shape, like her chest. Need to make that gilt more comfortable off either end of her skeleton. Wants to get a little weaker on her front foot, push her hock a little wide. We got to clean up the lower 1/3 there back through her flank and gland to go ahead and help her balance just a shot better. Big outline gilt that's good through the mid part of her body comes next. A little more upright in the angle of her blade. Didn't see her quite as opened up off either end. Wants to funnel the most down low through the base of her stifle, leaving us, but good in terms of rib, body dimension. I thought she maintained just a notch more comfort level in the gilt in 6. Young man's gilt here rounding out the drive. Heavy structured, no doubt. Stout in her feature. Just too ouchy out here from a mobility standpoint. We got to make her stronger on her front foot, transition her a little neater right out of the top side of her blade. Got to fix her hind leg going away. Good class. Put your hands together for him if you would.
Thank you, Kane. Our placings for this class, that past class of January gilts, is going to be James Lowry in 6th, Bowen DeVitt in 5th, in 4th, Hadley DeVitt, in 3rd, Dylan Bushell, in 2nd, Cash Shelton, and in 1st place for your grand champion, January gilt, Henley Schreibvogel. As we enter these classes, we do want to send out a reminder there's free kids crafts next to our pop stand. Again, some free kids crafts if you want to distract the kiddos next to the pop stand. Thank you.
Get into this pair of them here, and I think, young lady in purple has one we need to land on just in terms of being fresher on the top side of her skeleton, fresher in the texture to her body. Like that gilt better in terms of freshness all the way, presentation, everything that goes into it. Not perfect behind. We could hinge her a little different out of her hip. We could set her down just a shot more authority there about her rear foot and her ankle, but a gilt that puts together good in this pair, I think, to a higher level. Young lady's gilt here closer to me. Big scaled, big outline kind of a gilt. Got some elevation up front. Need to set her back in the angle of her shoulder blade, relax her in her ankle, just make her a little fresher and more pliable through the mid part of her body. Put your hands together for those 2 exhibitors, please.
For this last class of senior gilts, in 2nd place we had Cindy Dudley, and in 1st place McKenna Taylor. From Class 1, we have Haley Walker. From Class 2, we have Cash Shelton. From Class 3, Kinley Schreibvogel. And from Class 4, McKenna Taylor. Those were our first placing gilts this past class and what will be entering our drive.
If you would please help me congratulate these exhibitors in your breeding gilt division. Not a ton of numbers by any means, but I think four gilts that put together, differences and positives all at the same time. There's one that I think we pull them back out, just hit me the hardest. And in terms of being a stout featured gilt that's fresh through the mid part of her body, comfortable in her range of motion, I think just brings extra a quality look to the table in this particular breeding gilt show. Young lady there in the blue shirt out of the third class will have your champion. Congratulations to her. We dropped that second place out, and I think a gilt that's in the mix. It probably is a shot closer in my mind for reserve out here. I think gilts that all put together some interesting parts and pieces that you can certainly talk about. But the one that followed our champion the next best, just in terms of her range of motion and comfort level from the side. If we could have squared this gilt just a shot coming right to us in terms of her chest and her knee, I think that would have made Gilt even that much more fun to evaluate. In my opinion, she is still the one that's the most true in terms of comfort level, in particular behind young man here that was second behind our champion. Will have your reserve. Congratulations.
For our breeding gilts, our reserve grand champion is Cash Shelton, and our grand champion breeding gilt is McKinley Schreibvogel.
get into your underweights here, and I think things kind of line up at the top end for me pretty comfortably. Lead off with the young lady in the blue here to go ahead and win this particular class. Hug it from the side, I think, puts together the most resemblance of balance and proportion in this particular lineup. I like him in terms of the freshness to his mid-body. He comes opened up enough through his chest and blade, got a big enough rib cage, and things fit together, I think, the best on him. We could extend his stride just a notch behind. His hop probably right there on the borderline of where I'd term it to be ideal, but certainly one in this particular lineup puts together a tremendous amount of positives. Going to flip 2 and 3, how they initially got pinned off. The young man, Berkshire, appearing bearer there is going to end up in 2 from his hip forward, like a lot of things about skull shape. Love his elevation, a hog that gets out, and when he goes north and south, I think can really pattern up, draw you a nice image from the side. Stepping behind him, not only is he a nickel shorter in his rump and more upright there in terms of his rear pastern, I think he just needs to wider at this particular stage of the game, give him a shot more muscle right there on the top side of his skeleton. That's where the blue gilt has an advantage. She is boulder sprung just through the center part of her cage. It has more spread from blade to hip. A muscular kind of a hug there that you appreciate for still being comfortable enough on her feet and legs. Little plainer and more generic out front from her shoulder blade forward. I'd like to clean up her cheek and her crest and just give her a shot more look on the front side of her skeleton. Young man's hog that comes next, certainly one in terms of the interesting pieces, height, the shoulder, and elevation, shape up high. Appreciate that about her. We've got to make her bolder and softer through the center part of her cavity. Just reads a little drier and a little harder in her kind. Like to expand the center part of her rib cage and just stouten her ever so slightly right at the surface, but a gilt with quality in terms of her look from the side. One that comes next here in 5, I like this hog in terms of muscle. I like this hog in terms of shape. On the top side of his framework, we need to make him more correct how he comes to us in terms of his blade, his knee, and his front foot. Just a little right there in that regard. I'd like to make him more comfortable off either end of his skeleton, but a muscular type of a hog that I think reads like a practical kind through the center part of his cavity as we continue to project these hogs and try to get them to a heavier weight. The one that comes next, like this hog in terms of having some stoutness to his skull. I like his forearm, level in his design. A hog from the side, I think, puts together a good look. Just simply put, I didn't read enough hog there coming and going. We've got to have more width and more muscle. Got to shape him up different, down his top, back out through his hip, and stifle from the profile, like a lot of things about him. Just would like to make him more muscular all the way through. One that comes out next here in 7, like this one again, in terms of levelness of design, I think has some elevation, some length up front. Need to expand that barrel through his chest floor, give him a bigger rib cage. I'd like to stouten him a notch in terms of just his jawline and his skull shape, but certainly one in terms of levelness, in terms of having some look and some design. Appreciate that about him. The Hereford barrel, muscular, opened up, sound structured, a little plainer in his look up front. Thought he had an advantage, though, over the hogs in 9 and 10, just from a feet and leg standpoint. The barrel in 9 is one that, shape and muscularity, not an issue. We've got to make him more comfortable. Wants to get weaker in terms of his front foot, straighter in his shoulder blade and knee. I've got to make him more relaxed out here in regard to range of motion. Young lady's hog that rounds out the group. Big scaled, has a little more grow to it than the one that's directly ahead of her. With that, thought that one became the flattest and the narrowest coming and going. Got a little tighter in that spot and shorter out of her hip. Good class of them. Put your hands together for them if you would, please.
In our first heat of our underweight, we have in 10th place Kinley Webb, in 9th place Cooper Powers, in 8th place Chesney Adams, in 7th place Aubrey Sparks, in 6th Cooper Powers, 5th Kelsey Boxberger, 4th Easton Montronac, 3rd Dason Wilbanks, 2nd place Corbin Yonker, and 1st place Addison Powers.
good pair of them here. I had to be real close on making it in. This pair, I think, put together a tremendous amount of quality. They're different. They're different types of livestock. I like them both. To lead off with the young lady's gilt here closer to me. I think just from the side in terms of length and extension, blade forward, freshness, center body, freshness of back shape is very good in that regard. Like the build to her hind leg from the side. She's a little on edge behind. I think both of them going away need to be changed. That's the biggest place I pick on them for different reasons. This one's a little more right there on the borderline of where her hock placement sits, but I still think her range of motion was good, and from there forward put together my favorite pieces. Young man, solid black bear here. Really good through the center part of his body, comfortable in his build, a little stronger on his pastern, and probably even a shot more correct in just the set to his blade angle than the class winner. I like that about him. Good spread on the top side of him, proportionate look. Get behind him, and he wants to funnel just a shot more. He'll pull his hock inward just a skosh. He wants to narrow up just a notch more coming and going at the base. Didn't find him quite as good right at the top of his crest or out front in terms of his blade, forward in terms of look, but a very good barrow just from a practicality standpoint, a flexibility standpoint. Two good pigs there to be first and second. One that comes third, if we could pick him up on his pasterns, make him a little more mobile out here, talk about maybe making it more of a trio because he's big-chested, he's big-ribbed, he's got some width and some spread, a little quicker in maturity. For me, I'd like to make him a frame score bigger, just extend him out, like I said, make him more comfortable there, especially off of his front two. The blue gilt that comes next is stronger pastern, is later in her maturity just from a frame score standpoint, still has a good shape of muscle, got on top of her. I didn't read the same outward turn to her rib cage. I'd like to expand her just a notch more in terms of chest floor coming directly to me. Belted hog is bigger chested, stouter skulled, got a shot more foot and bone than the blue gilt that's directly ahead of him. Get behind him. He just pushes his hock too wide out for me, and we need to square him up in terms of his rear foot. Wants to pressurize that outside toe. Just didn't see him good enough about his hip and his hind leg when he leaves us. Spotted bear that comes next here in 6. Practical centered kind of a hog, flexible in terms of his makeup. Been interesting to kind of evaluate him in a lightweight spot bearer class because I think there's positives there in regard to feet and legs and his center rib. On the top side of his skeleton, I didn't read quite as much shape. Again, that's breed type probably coming into play comparative to some cross hogs ahead of him. I'd like to make him a little more attractive about his jawline, but a good bear there to end up in 6 for the young man on his feet and legs for sure. One that comes next here in 7, predominantly black hog with some shape and muscle on the top side of her skeleton. I've got to make her longer hipped. I've got to make her hinge a little different out of her rear leg as she wants to just be a little more limited in her step and her range of motion, clean up her gland and her rear flank back there in the lower third of her body. Calico hog that comes next, good on his feet and legs, stout enough in his structure in terms of feature. I need to just lean him up. He's pushing too much fat cover at this stage of the game. He's plainer about his crest and his head. He's plainer in his shape up high. I just got to make him more acceptable in regard to shape and muscularity. The Duroc that rounds out our class here has a little more lean shape than the hog that precedes her. She's flatter in her rib cage and not as stout in her feature, but young lady does a nice job with that project. Put your hands together for him, if you would, in that second class of underweight hogs.
In that second heat of our underweight class, we have in 9th place Dally Peterson, in 8th place Briley Bidelek, in 7th place Clint Gherkin, in 6th place Chesney Adams, in 5th place Maggie Kern, in 4th place Adley Nelson, in 3rd Riley Blair, in 2nd Zach Vaughn, and in 1st Addison Powers.
just the one class of Berkshires, and I think lots of differences to sort through, kind of a mixed bag of Skittles, if you will, in regard to type and kind, all the way through 7 in this class. The winner for me does so pretty quickly. Hard to argue, in my opinion. This one's combo of just comfort level, flexibility, freshness, and shape. I think he's the bear that just puts together the most good in this particular class. Young lady, kind of the multi-color shirt there with the pigtails, is going to go ahead and win. That barrel, for me, just is the most correct one in terms of how he hinges off either end of his skeleton, still fresh enough on the top side of his framework. If you want to spread him just a notch coming to you in terms of his chest floor, wouldn't argue with you too much from that regard, but he is the one, in my opinion, that I land on to win pretty quickly. I think from there, certainly a number of different things that you can do. Going to leave them the way I had them. Young lady in turquoise shirt there in the center of the ring, going to go ahead and be second. Be the first to tell you that he's quicker and earlier in his maturity for me than what I would term ideal. I'd like to extend him out through his front 1/3, just make him more attractive there about his jawline and the top of his crest. But in terms of width, the muscle, spread, dimension, curvature to his body, I think he has an advantage, and yet still is one that comparatively to the Gilt that we have in 3rd is more correct. Young man's Gilt, shapely, muscular, tall-fronted, extended there from her blade forward. I think in terms of just sheer dimension on the top side of the livestock here, she's got as much as any. We've got to set her back in her blade. We got to lengthen her out in terms of her hip and her stride from behind. She needs to come with more foot, more bone to match the muscle and dimension that she has on the top side of her framework. Baron 4, I think, in terms of just having a stout rear leg that's comfortable. I appreciate that about him. He has more bend and flex there from behind than the hogs, probably in 2 and 3 for sure. One that has an extra shot of grow and still in terms of length and extension from his blade forward, like that about him. He wants to get more vertical in his blade. He drives up in his spine. I didn't see him quite as good right on the top side of his framework in regard to shape, right out of the back side of his blade. But one that I think interesting pieces for sure to kind of land 4 in this particular class. Young ladies Baron 5 probably matches the 1 and 4 in regard to length and extra shot of frame, like that hog in terms of rib and having some pliability to the center part of his skeleton. We got to fix him on his front foot. He wants to get longer toed, weaker pastern. Need to make him more secure in terms of how he hits the shavings here right out of his front end in this particular class. Hog in 6. Heavy structured, has enough foot and bone. We need to make him more correct from a build standpoint. Wants to bow out at his hock, wants to get rolling out to his outside toe behind. Wish he would just present himself a little better for the young lady and piece together from the side. I think there's some interesting pieces. Got to make him a little nicer in his build and his balance. One that comes next has some muscularity. You just set him back in his shoulder, set him down in his spine, make him just a shot more comfortable out here from a feet and leg standpoint. Put your hands together for the Berkshire exhibitors, please.
For our Berkshires, we have in 6th place Brooke Vaughn. In 7th place, Oakley Webb. In 6th, Brooke Vaughn. In 5th, Abrahana Lay. In 4th, Morgan Hendrickson. In 3rd, Chesney Adams. In 2nd, as your reserve champion, Berkshire, Cashlin Yonker. And in 1st, as your champion, Berkshire, Kenzie Ulrich.
Again, single class of Chesters, just the 5 of them here. Good differences. I think there's pieces of all 5 of these barrows that bring some good to the table. You know, in this particular trio, the one that puts together, in my opinion, just the most correct kind of pastern, the most correct kind of crest and elevation, and yet still has muscularity, freshness, squareness all the way through. Young lady in the white shirt's going to go ahead and win this particular drive. You know, one that in this particular lineup probably comes a rib longer, but I still think that probably aids to his benefit in this particular lineup, allowing him to be just a shot better in his kind, better in terms of his cheek and his, just ability to come to me the truest in terms of chest, front foot, squareness of build, get on the top side and read him compositionally correct. Leaving us is good in terms of his hip and his hind leg. I think he just puts together the most totals in this particular lineup. Like the young man in the red shirt here to go ahead and be second. If we could set him back just a notch, the angle of his shoulder blade, then we talk about maybe flipping that pair, because he comes out, love his skull shape, his forearm, his extra shot of bone, got a stout rear leg that's still square and works well. Maybe not as long in his hip length as that class winner, but I still think proportionally things fit together. It's just the angle of his shoulder. We got to set him back there, make him more correct, make him more collected, and how he moves out of his front end. Barron third, if you go from his blade back, is very good. Good in terms of the rib cage that he brings to the table. Massive and has a ton of spread on the top side of his framework. Still genuine enough, in my opinion, down low underneath from a skeletal width perspective. He just gets plainer to look at through his front end. We need to clean him up about his crest and his jawline. I'd like to make him stronger on his front pastern. Good hog there to go ahead and land where he does in this particular lineup. Bear that comes next, taller fronted, stronger footed than the one that precedes him. Still got a good shape on the top side of his framework. Get behind him, and he wants to pressurize just a notch more on his outside toe, and with that brings a little extra swelling there in his joint work. I need to hinge him looser out of his hip and his rear leg. Didn't see him quite as comfortable there from a build perspective, but has plenty of shape and muscularity. And compositionally, young lady, you've done a very nice job getting a heavyweight Chester barrow where he is and still be honest in regard to muscle. One that comes next, again, flexible, good in terms of his center body, maybe push past 12 o'clock there in terms of where we need to be compositionally. Read him to be the fattest there up high. He's the plainest in terms of his look and his lower body. Just need to extend him and make him fresher from a shape and muscularity perspective, but highly presented hog that's good on his feet and legs. Young lady does a nice job with 5 good Chester barrows. Please put your hands together for him if you would.
For that class of our Chester Market Barrows, we have in 5th place Cashlyn Yonker, in 4th place Elena Shaw, in 3rd place Stockton Smith, in 2nd place with your reserve champion Blake Boschel, and in 1st place with your grand champion Olivia Dever.
Get the red show started. No secret as we get in and evaluate Durocs. You get a little bit of everything in terms of type and kind, and have to kind of just set your priorities. And no different in this particular class. In the lightweight division of these, as they come out, there's a lot of differences to get in, and kind of scratch your head a little bit. There is one that just hit me the hardest coming out of the gate, and if you want to say he doesn't have enough up high, that is where I'd like to change him. He needs more shape right out of the backside of his shoulder. He needs more just leaving us, but I think in a lightweight Duroc class, that still represents the type of feature in regard to skull, the type of flexibility off both ends of their framework. I think balances up the nicest from the profile. Young lady in the pink shirt there has got your class winner. Congratulations to her. Yes, he needs a shot more, just right behind his shoulder and right in the seat of his pants. You can make him a shot bigger in terms of his foot size and his bone work at the surface. I'm not telling you there's a perfect one in here. He is the closest one in my mind in terms of how he needs to be built at this stage and how he motors off both ends of his framework while still putting it together with a nice enough look there from the side. 2 and 3, those hogs come with more muscle. They come with more shape. I think the difference there, the one that's just more pliable to the center part of his body, one that just reads more robust to me as you get in and study him from a rib cage perspective. He's more laid back in the angle of his shoulder. He hinges looser out of his hind leg. Young lady here to my left is going to go ahead and be 2. Just read that hog to be more comfortable on his feet and legs and just better through the center part of his cavity. He is plainer in his look up front. That's where he needs to be modified, just at the top of his crest and the shape of his jawline. It's a little rounder out of his rump, a little lower in his tail set. Not going to wow you from the side in terms of just his basic design, but certainly one in terms of fundamentally speaking, muscularity, width, rib cage, and still being flexible. Thought he was the second best one in this particular lineup. Lighter colored hog, definitely stout about his skull, elevated about his shoulder. One that I like in terms of just shape and muscle. Plenty of it when you get on the top side of him and study him from behind. I think this particular bear at this point in time, he gets a little drier about the center part of his cage. I'd like to soften him there in his ham-loin junction. Off either end, he's more upright. We need to set him back in his shoulder. We need to lengthen his hip and make him more stable and secure there from his hock to the ground. Just ready him to come with a few more issues in terms of structure and body type, but certainly one has some unique pieces in regard to bone, skull, shape, and dimension. One that comes next, I think, in terms of just studying the angle of his blade and allowing him to be looser and more comfortable, he does that better than the one that's directly ahead of him. I think he just still came in a few more pieces from the side. He's a little plainer about his throat latch and his lower jaw. He's a little shorter in his hip length in relation to his length of body, and felt like coming and going of those top 4, he needed to be the most opened up there in terms of chest and base width leaving me. One that comes next in 5, one that just needs to bulk up and be bolder through the center part of his rib. I like his flexibility. I like his foot size. I like his toe spread. Has a unique look there from his shoulder forward. We just got to see him bolder and more pliable there in the center part of his rib cage. We need to open him up and spread him with more natural base width from behind. Hogs in 6 and 7 have more skeletal width. They have more muscle. We run into a few more skeletal challenges just in terms of how they're designed. The Gilt in 6 needs to be longer hipped, go with a sounder kind of a rear leg. The bear in 7 gets a little quicker in his maturity, a little plainer about his cheek and his crest. Thought he was a little straighter off of both ends, but certainly opened up and pliable. Young lady's Gilt in 8, a tall-fronted, extended kind of a Gilt, one that just needs to be set back in the angle of her shoulder, lengthened in her hip, give her a shot more substance at the surface as well. Good class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors if you would.
For class 131, our first class of our Duroc market breed, we have in 8th place Alyssa Ellicott, in 7th place Brooke Lambert, in 6th place Logan Vaughn, in 5th place Carson Lay, in 4th place Caleb McZuga, in 3rd place Malin Bernard, in 2nd place as your reserve champion for the class Kelsey Boxberger, and in 1st place for your champion for the class Isabel Shaw.
challenging class to put together, having to wade through just a number of differences, not only in regard to the livestock. I think showmanship, these hogs' attitude is been a little bit of a challenge to kind of work through and get an evaluation. And, just the one that still, I think, puts together the most positives, in my opinion, is the young man here to my right, and he's going to go ahead and win this particular class. Like the shape and the muscularity on the top side of his skeleton. I think he comes to me, opened up enough, elevated at the top of his shoulder. He's a little upright in his blade angle. There's probably things on each of these barrows I pick on just a notch more in regard to skeleton. That's what makes it more of a challenge to put together. He's still the one that was the closest, in my opinion, to putting together those totals that I'm after. From there, I think you could justify a number of different things. It's a challenge, to get them sorted. When we bring them back out, I think, there's times the one that's in second, that he just wants to get his head down in the shavings and ball up and look round. And, it's hard to evaluate him when he does get out and go across the ring. I think there's a lot of positives here. I just didn't see him consistently driven, to this. The young man there is going to go ahead and be 2. He's a little plainer about his throat latch. He's not quite as attractive in his look up front comparatively to some. Coming to me, that's where he needs to be different just in terms of his knee. He wants to close up more there. I think his body and his freshness on the top side of his skeleton, his hip and hind leg, when he does decide to be a show pig and go across the ring, bring a lot of positives to the table. Wish we could have evaluated him a little more consistently the longer we went. Young man in the black's going to be 3rd. I like the stoutness of feature. I like the skull. I like the bone work underneath that guy. He just gets a little staler at this stage of the game. I need to freshen him right at the top side of his crest and make him a little truer in terms of his shape all the way through. Goes just a notch more tangled up behind. If we could make him a shot more coordinated off his rear leg and freshen him a notch, I do think he brings some interesting pieces to the table here in regard to feature and bone. Young lady's hog that comes next in 4, good through the center part of his body. I think he has a little more reach behind in terms of just his flexibility to his hock and rear foot than the one that precedes him. He's plainer from the side in terms of high proportions, not quite as good on his front pastern, a little weaker in his top line. Didn't see him quite as good coming to me in terms of chest floor and front foot, but good through the mid part of his body. Still a fresh, compositionally correct barrow at this stage of the game. Young lady's Gilt that comes out next here in 5. That's one if we set back just a notch in the angle of her shoulder blade and lengthen her hip to allow her to go with more authority from behind, I could get behind some things here because she's big-chested. She's opened up on the top side of her skeleton, still wide between her eyes, has a stout jawline. She just gets too upright off either end. We've got to make her looser constructed, make her sounder there in terms of how she handles the surface. One that comes next here in 6, like this hog in terms of being elevated, has a good shape up high, gets too upright in the angle of his blade. He needs to be stoutened up, in my opinion, in terms of his feature, his jawline, his forearm, his foot size, all read just a little frailer in this particular setting. Young lady that comes next here in 7, a muscular hog, gets rounder out of her hip. Don't see that one quite as nice in her balance and her design from the profile. We round out the group with the young man there in 8. Has a big outlined hog that's flexible, sound structured. Just need to make him better in terms of his rib cage, give him a shot more muscularity all the way through his top and out through his hip. Young man does a nice job with him, though. Put your hands together for those exhibitors if you would.
For that, class 132, our second heat of the Duroc Market classes, we have in 8th place Paxton Chesnick. In 7th place, Alexis York. In 6th place, Channing Adams. In 5th, Paisley Peterson. In 4th place, Presley Sturkle. In 3rd place, Dalton Wilbanks. In 2nd place, as reserved for the class, Brody Stockton. And in 1st place, as champion for the class, Jaden Ellicott.
Good pair of these as we get into our heavyweights. A pair that, where they're good, they're very high quality animals. And you say, well, they don't look anything alike. You've got to be able to read quality. You've got to be able to read positives in every individual. If we're, trying to make them all look like cookie cutters, obviously, you can kind of run into some issues doing that. Sorting the totals up, these are the two, in my opinion, that bring a lot of good to the table. Now, with that, depending on where you're going to set your priorities, and what you really prioritize, one trait over another, dictates how you're going to place that particular pair. And I think they are close. I think where they're good, they're very, very good. Market hog setting is what I come back to. Which one's truer in his chest floor? Which one's truer in terms of his shape and his muscularity up high? Has more just real muscle at this stage of the game. Reads a shot more immature in his look, and I still think is square enough in his build and comfortable enough out here in regard to range of motion. That's the young lady's pig, and he's going to win this particular class. Where he has an advantage over the one in second, as I just talked, true base width coming and going, true shape on the top side of their skeleton. I think there's a drastic difference there in a market animal show in regard to muscularity. He doesn't have as much feature. I still think he has enough bone to keep him balanced and in check, and I think his hip and hind leg is on the borderline, but right there in terms of just comfort level to go ahead and call him acceptable. This one in second, in terms of his skull, forearm, stoutness of structure underneath, bone, all those things that we talk about, very impressive in that regard, and still pairs it, I think, with the most correct hip and hind leg in this particular setting. I hope somewhere there's littermate gilts laid back, that are going to get put into a sow herd wherever this guy's from, if there was gilts in that litter, because if you take that type of feature, you take that type of running gear, you're going to make hogs stouter and you're going to make them more comfortable. In a market hog setting, I didn't think he was true enough in his chest floor coming right to me. He wants to close up there on the top side of his skeleton and then back behind in terms of his hip and his stifle. He runs out of shape and runs out of gas comparatively to that class winner. A very good pig in terms of the unique pieces he has, bone and feature and build to his hind leg. Like both of those a great deal. They're very different livestock. You do with them what you will. I guess, in my opinion, the one that fits better from a market animal standpoint is the young ladies. The one that comes next here in three, like the front two-thirds in terms of design, he's tall-fronted, he's extended from his blade forward, he's level in his top line. Hog that's still fresh in terms of his skin and hair and presentation. Young lady, you've done a very nice job with that. We need to stouten him in regard to his feature. He doesn't have as much hip length, nor does he have as much muscle going away. Just kind of runs into two ahead of him that are more unique, but a good pig to go ahead and land third in this heavyweight class. Young man's hog that comes out next in four, I like the width and spread. I think comparatively speaking has more dimension on the top side of his skeleton and from behind than the barrow that's directly ahead of him. He doesn't balance as good from the side. He's plainer about his head and his jawline. He's a bit weaker on his front foot. Didn't see him quite as level in his top line and out through his hip. A pliable hog that's good in his rib, good in his composition. Just need to make him balance up a nickel better to go ahead and flip that pair in 3 and 4. One that comes next in 5, if we could just give this guy more center rib and fill. He gets a little drier there about the mid part of his body. I like that hog in terms of his flexibility. I like that hog in terms of his pastern strength and comfort level. Still has muscle shape on the top side of his skeleton. Just gets a little drier right there through the mid part of his body. Pinches a notch more in his ham-loin junction. One that comes next there in 6, like this one in terms of width and dimension all the way through, a little quicker in his maturity. I need to extend him out through his front 1/3, make him more sound and comfortable how he uses his hind leg. He's just more limited out here in regard to range of motion, little staler in terms of his topside shape. One that comes next here in 7, muscular hog, big frame kind of a hog that's grown well for the young man. Looks like we're maybe been fighting that for a while, and we're getting a little big. We've dried him out. We need to make him bolder in the center part of his cavity, just make him fresher there through the mid part of his body. Got a little rounder out of his hip as well. Young lady's hog that rounds out the class. Breeding gilt setting, we probably move this gilt up a few spots because she's got a good look from the side. She's comfortable enough on her feet and legs. Market animal show. Just didn't think she had enough shape and enough real muscle to go up any higher. My compliments to those exhibitors. Excellent job.
For that third, we have for class 133 in 8th place, Adley Nelson. In 7th place, Wesley Warm. In 6th place, Caden Banger. In 5th place, Morgan Hendrickson. In 4th place, Bowen DeVitt. In 3rd place, Ella Mantronock. In 2nd place, as your second in class, Tanner Brazil. And in 1st place, as your first in class, Kinley Shrevogel.
If you would please help me congratulate these Duroc exhibitors with a big round of applause. Pull these three class winners back out, and as we work through those classes, started out in the lightest weight grouping there with one that in terms of build and design hit me very good. Still like the shape of his skull and just jawline. Runs out of a little bit of feature, obviously giving up some in terms of muscularity in this particular set, but I do like things that he brings to the table, especially for the weight that he represents out here in this drive. Young Mansbaron that won the second class there. Challenging class to put together, lots of different parts and pieces. Landed on him. Felt like just from a shape and muscularity standpoint, he was the truest one that was still fresh and still square and youthful. Not perfect in the angle of his shoulder blade. Again, like we talked about, like to make him a little more correct how he gets out of his front end, but I thought put together some positives there in a market animal setting. Got into that final class that we just talked, and this barrack came out, hits me extremely good in terms of width and squareness and freshness. Tons of product and dimension in that hog, and still has a good look from the side. Talked about him not being perfect maybe in terms of where his hock sits, but I still think in this particular breed, he is the one that puts together the most totals. The heavyweight's your champion. Congratulations to her. Dropped that second place out and talked about just the unique traits that he brings to the table in regard to foot, bone, forearm, skull shape. His features unrivaled that we've seen in this breed, probably in the show so far. Beautiful hip and hind leg that works extremely well. You know, you could argue there's another one with more shape up high. You could argue there's another one or two of them that are a little later in their maturity, but just the piece brings to the table, in my opinion, were very, very unique. He's my second favorite. Congratulations to this young man.
For our Durocs in drive, we have as our reserve grand champion Tanner Brazil, and for our grand champion Duroc Market Barrow, we have Kinley Schreibvogel.
get into your first class of Hampshire Market Hogs here. I think nice place to start. Young lady in the black has the class winner here closer to me. This particular bear, in terms of his proportions, his build, no doubt, is the most correct one in terms of his feet and legs in this particular lineup, and yet still the texture to his body, I think, has enough freshness on the top side of his skeleton. You could say he could use a shot more shape, just leaving us down in the seat of his pants, but in this particular setting, there's no doubt in my mind he was the one that put together the most good. I think this one follows him the closest in terms of his body type and his flexibility. He's got a squarer type of a build to his rear leg than the hogs in 3 and 4. He's more pliable through the center part of his cavity than the hogs in 3 and 4. Doesn't have the same type of look and elevation out front as the class winner, or even a few of them behind him. Didn't think that he was quite as attractive there about his jawline, or just naturally effortless out of his front end in terms of how he moves. But in terms of squareness of hock, body shape, and just mass and spread, thought he needed to come 2 in this particular drive. Young lady here in 3 has one that from his hip forward puts together a lot of unique pieces. I love his skull shape. I love his elevation. Got a good shape of muscle on the top side of his skeleton. More unique in his look than the bear that precedes him there in second. Step behind him, and that's where he's got to be more correct. We got to square him up from his hock to the ground, make him more coordinated and more comfortable in terms of how he utilizes his rear skeleton. If we do that, we talk about maybe running him to the front, because from his hip forward, there's a lot of unique pieces, just a little out of bounds for me in terms of where his hock set. So the one that comes next in 4, I think similar story. Love his skull shape. I think that hog has a big arm and is one that's elevated at the top side of his blade. Didn't think he was quite as fresh right over his 10th rib as some of the hogs ahead of him at this particular stage. Step behind him, and he gets more upright. And the angle to his hock and the build to his rear pastern, we got to allow him to get out and go with just more reach and flexibility there off of his rear tube. Probably got a nickel more upright, the angle of his shoulder as well. Young lady that comes out next here in 5, if we could extend out his just his skull and his front end and make him more attractive, I think that hog, then we talk about maybe liking him a little better from the profile. Just reads plainer in his look up front, but is shapely and muscular. I think that hog still, in terms of squareness of hock, needed to come ahead of the one that's directly below him here in 6. Young lady in red has one that is wide and opened up, muscular kind of a barrel on the top side of his framework. Need to clean up his lower 1/3 there in terms of his gland. He wants to push his hock again wider than I would term ideal and roll his weight to his outside toe. Just need to square him, leaving us young man's gilt that rounds out our 7 here. Like this hog in terms of some elevation and extension from her shoulder blade forward. Gets a little frailer in her feature. I need to stouten her up and just give her more natural width and dimension all the way through and more substance at the ground. Young man does a nice job presenting her, though. Put your hands together for him, if you would, as they exit.
For our class 141, our 7th place is Joe Mack. 6th place, Alea Owens. 5th place, Brighton Wilbanks. 4th place, Boston Banger. 3rd place, Dylan Wymara. 2nd place, Dason Wilbanks. And 1st place, Riley Joseph.
Very good class. I think these top four that we redrove all have class advantages, and certainly, depending on what you like, what your flavor is, you could get in here and flip them around a little bit. These two that pair up on the top end, in my opinion, just go with more reach, more flexibility. They're more athletic type of hogs that still have more look and more elevation out front. And of this pair, the one that just is more in terms of shape and spread, freshness on the top side of his skeleton, heaviness of structure. Young lady off here to my right has your class winner with one that I think puts together a tremendous amount of positives. He is incredibly fresh on the top side of his skeleton. He has a great look out front. He's a heavy structured kind of a barrow. Things just balance up and proportion, in my opinion, extremely well. Not perfect in terms of how his right rear hits the surface. I'll be the first to admit that. But his range of motion is still more comfortable than a couple that we have in 3 and 4. And I felt like just the length of his hip was more what I was after in this particular class. Young ladies, two from the side, initially coming out of the gate, hits me hard. He's tall fronted, he's extended from his blade forward, he has an immature, fresh kind of a look. I like that about him. Still, the texture to his body is very good. He has enough muscle on the top side of his skeleton. There's others that have more, but I think he's got more than enough. It's from behind where he doesn't have quite the same, just down low in the seat of his britches. He needs to have a little more stifle shape, but from behind as well. Didn't think he had quite the same just substance of rear leg bone as a couple others in this class, but a good looking one that's elevated, that's immature, that's good in his design from the side. Good pig to go ahead and land second in this particular lineup. 3 and 4, this pair, I think they match up. They're opened up. They're wide-built hogs that are more moderate in their frame, like this Baron 3 in terms of his spread and his dimension, the turn to his body, the mass and the dimension that he has from blade to hip. On the top side of his framework is very good, and he's still stout in his bone work. He got a little plainer about his crest and his cheek for me. He's a little shorter in his hip length than one that I could make just a shot bigger in his outline. If we do that, and keep him with that same type of width and stoutness, then we're talking about having one that I think can move to the front. He's just a little quicker. He's a little shorter in his hip structure for this particular show judge. The one that comes next in 4, I like in terms of his spread and his shape from blade to hip. Awesome in terms of his skin and hair. Young lady, you've done a nice job at home getting him ready to come to the show. One that's still very, very fresh and correct compositionally. I didn't think that he blended and balanced as good from the profile. He's more upright in the angle of his blade. He gets a little tighter in his hip and his ham-loin junction. He's not quite as secure out back in terms of just how he handles his mobility about his rear leg. I'm picking on one that's awfully good. I thought in those top 4, it warranted a little more discussion and a little more breakdown. There's just a few more things from a balance perspective from the side that I break him apart on, but a very, very good barrow to go ahead and land where he does. One that comes next, again, 5 and 6, I felt like were a pair of hogs that matched up, opened up, wide built, heavy constructed type of hogs in terms of foot and bone. This one in 5 needs to be squared up in terms of his rear leg. He wants to push his hock out a little wider than I would term ideal. Not quite as attractive about his head and his crest, but a really good-bodied, muscular kind of a barrow that's heavy in his bone work. Young lady coming out next in 6, very similar story. Opened up, big-chested, big-top kind of a hog that's heavy structured. We need to pick him up on his pastern. We need to square him back up in terms of his hock and just make him more coordinated out here in terms of his range of motion. Round out the class with the young man's Gilt that's tall-fronted and extended, like her in terms of her shape up high. Gets a little straighter in the angle of her blade. Got a little more swelling back in her hock joint. I just need to loosen her up and make her a little more correct on her feet and legs to go ahead and move her any higher. Good class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors if you would, please.
Class 142 of our Hampshire market classes, we have in 7th place Easton Metronaut. In 6th place, we have Adley True. In 5th place, we have Stockton Smith. 4th place, Hannah Davis. 3rd place, Tyson Brazil. 2nd place for the class, Emily Gray. And 1st place for the class, Marley Mildenberger.
Very good class. Good way to finish out these heavyweight Hampshires. These three came out, their first impression type hogs. They hit you with a lot of positives, and I still think that's the best seventh place barrel we put in a pin so far today. Very good class to work through all the way down. These three, though, come to the forefront, and in my opinion, there's one that kind of hits the mark and blends the best of the other two to a very high level. He's comfortable, he's proportionate. He's the squarest built one. He's the truest one, in my opinion, in terms of his front foot and his blade and his knee coming to me, and yet still having the right type of flexibility out back, still fresh, and got more than enough muscle. Love the texture to his body. Young lady in the blue stripes here has got your class winner. Congratulations to her on a job well done. At 2 and 3, that's where the pair is, in my opinion. They are very different types of livestock. If you could combine the positives that these two bring to the table, you'd probably have a unicorn, because they're very different in terms of what they offer. They both need modified in a place or two. Just the young lady's barrow's more my speed, and he's going to be second. He's taller fronted. He's more elevated in terms of his blade. He's longer and more extended there from his shoulder forward. Still think that hog has a fresh kind of a shape on the top side of his skeleton. He could use a more feature right at the surface. I'd like to make him bigger in his foot and just a little bigger in his forearm. Didn't think he had quite the hip length that he needs comparatively to the one that wins the class, but a good pig to go ahead and land in 2. Young man's barrow in 3 is chock full of muscle. I mean, opened up, big chested, big bladed, huge top, thick ended, all those things you could ever want, and still I think proportionate enough in terms of his height to length ratio. I'd like to extend him just a notch out front. The bigger issue, he needs to be made sounder on his front pastern and lengthened just a shot more in terms of his hip, but he's opened up, he's fresh. Young man, you've done a great job again in terms of presentation, getting that hog ready to come to the show and be competitive. Just ran into 2 of them ahead there that are a little more my kind. One that comes next in 4, he needs squared up behind. We all can see it. We got to put him back in bounds in terms of his hock. If you do that, he's very interesting. He's tall-fronted. He's extended from his blade forward. He's heavy structured. I just need to see him square whenever he leaves us. The one that comes next here in 5, I thought texture of his body, levelness of design was good. He probably is a little safer in terms of just hock squareness behind than the one that's ahead of him. He's plainer in his shape. He doesn't come with as much just natural internal dimension coming and going. Market animal setting, I need to make him a little more compositionally correct, but his balance and his look from the side is still good in a show ring. Hog that comes next in 6, clean up his gland, set him back just a notch in the angle of his shoulder, make him a little stouter in his jawline. I think he's still a good pig in terms of mass and spread up high. Just ran into a few more balance traits in this particular class comparatively. One that rounds out our grouping here. Again, opened up, muscular, like that hog in terms of stoutness of skull. He's got to have a better kind of hip and rear leg. Gets a little shorter step, a little coarser in his joint work. Put your hands together. Really a fun class to sort through. Those kids do a great job.
Out of class 143, we have in 7th place Dylan Boschel, 6th place Addison Hodgson, 5th place Kaylee Johnson, 4th place Olivia Dever, 3rd place Zach Vaughn, 2nd place Mason Hodgson, and in 1st place Addison Hodgson.
If you would, please help me congratulate these 3 young ladies. that won a Hampshire Market Hog class. Three bears that, as we pull them back out here, put together a tremendous amount of totals in my mind. And as we talked through them, they're hogs that I felt like were comfortable on their legs, proportionate in their build, still compositionally correct for the weight that they're at, and hogs that have balance, have symmetry, have look to them. They all suit me extremely well in that regard. There's one that, as we pull them back out again, hit me very hard in that particular class. Just covers everything that I'm after in terms of his look and his build and his flexibility, and still being fresh, good in the texture to his body, having enough muscle, being compositionally correct. This young lady that wins the last class will have your champion. Congratulations to her. We dropped that second place hog in for reserve contention, and in my opinion, it's between him and the one that came out of the second class. And the differences in that pair, I think, your second behind the champion, tall fronted, elevated, hooks up a nickel stronger behind his blade and in his top line than the bear that wins class 2. Like in terms of his shape and muscularity, again, maybe gets a little bit frailer right at the surface comparatively, maybe not quite as long in terms of his hip length, but I think a good kind of a pig that's fresh and ready to roll. The young lady's a second class winner there in terms of freshness on the top side of his skeleton, look up front, elevation, range of motion, all those things hit me very, very hard within that particular drive. Talked about him maybe not just being perfectly square from behind, and I think if you could make him just a shot better in terms of his top line right in front of his ham loin, in terms of strengthening his top line, that would do him some good. But between that pair of them, the one that suits me second best, just in terms of being very, very ready to go today and kind of fitting the mold that I'm after, young lady that was second is going to have your reserve. Congratulations.
For your grand in reserve, we have in reserve Mason Hodgson. And for your grand champion, Hampshire Market, we have Addison Hodgson.
one class of Hereford's deep class here. I think lots of differences certainly to sort through. As you get in and break them down, I think these top three bring the most good to the table. The one that suits me the best, just in terms of being elevated, tall-fronted, and extended, puts it together with a shot more shape, a muscle on the top side of his framework, and just freshness to his body cavity. No, he's not the biggest legged one. He's not the widest one from behind, but he is the one, in my opinion, in terms of freshness, of shape, look, skin and hair, and presentation, soundness. All those things fit the bill on this young lady's hog, and he's going to be your class winner. Congratulations to her. Young man in the center of the ring there is going to be second. I like that bear in terms of his height, the shoulder, his elevation. He's got a bigger forearm, and he's heavier structured than the one that wins the class. With that, whenever we get right up on top of him, I didn't think that he was quite as just naturally robust and bold in the shape of his body. I didn't think that he left me quite as secure in terms of his rear leg, but a heavy structured one that's got some height to shoulder and some look to him from the side. The young man's Gilt, to me, she either wins the class or goes third. She's muscular, she's opened up, she's heavy enough structured. I like the extra shot of just compositional correctness that she brings to the table. She gets too tight in her spine. She gets more upright off both ends of her framework for me. I just got to relax her and let her go with more just motivation and authority off both ends of her framework. This young lady's Gilt that comes out next here in 4, pliable through the center part of her body, a muscular Gilt on the top side of her framework. I didn't think that she had enough foot size, enough bone to match the amount of mass that she has up high. She's got more jowl and just more cheek there. I need to stouten her skull, make her more attractive ahead of her shoulder in a show ring setting. The one that comes next, I think just soundness and flexibility, kind of worked his way up. Like this hog from a feet and leg perspective than a few that we have below him. He needs to be stoutened up and just come with more natural substance of bone and feature underneath. Young lady in the red shirt coming out next here in 6. Muscular kind of a hog on his top side. Need to pick him up on his pasterns. He wants to naturally just be lower at his shoulder than he is at his hip. I want to balance him up a little differently there from the side. Young lady coming out next in 7 has a muscular kind of a hog. Need to make that one cleaner at the top for crest and lengthen her and level her out through her hip and her tail setting. Just need to see her come again a little neater in her balance and look from the profile. Young man coming out next here in 8, muscular kind of a hog that's thick-ended, like him from a shape perspective when you study him down his top and out through his hip. He needs hinge differently behind. He wants to get his hind leg a little further up underneath of himself, just come naturally a little shorter necked and a little rounder in his build. We could stouten him a shot as well right at the surface in regard to feature. Hog here in 9, one that I like in terms of muscularity. Got to square her up and make her more coordinated, hip hock to ground. Just felt like she was a little more rigid in terms of that rear ankle and pastern. Hog here in 10 that the young man has, like in terms of being a long extended kind of a hog, one that still goes with some shape and muscularity. Need to make him more coordinated behind. One that rounds out the group. Need to open that one up. Just give that one a shot more width and dimension all the way through, but sound on her feet and legs. Put your hands together if you would. Please help me congratulate all of those Hereford exhibitors.
For class 151 of our Hereford market, we have in 11th place Paxton Chesnick, in 10th place Lane Krutzer, in 9th place Parker Owens, in 8th place Channing Adams, in 7th place Alexis York, in 6th place Alea Owens, in 5th place Abraham Alay, in 4th place Kylie Krutzer, in 3rd place Alan Raff. In 2nd place, as your reserve for the Hereford Market, we have Alan Raff. And in 1st place, for your champion, Hereford Market, Marley Mildenberger.
get into your spot breed here and work through these 11. Lots of differences. I think very important in this particular breed for me to keep them right in terms of just having enough grow, having enough elevation, being correct enough in terms of their shoulder angle and their elbow. I think that's a place in this breed where that we kind of have to have some sort. And not going to tell you there's a perfect one in this particular setting, but I think as you guys fire them back up, we give them a little bit of a break there. You guys can fire them up. We'll tell you how we like these top three. They were the ones that I thought brought the most positives to the table. In terms of one that brings some extra shot of, just look and extension out front, shape and freshness on the top side of his skeleton, young ladies Barrow is going to go ahead and win that particular class. I like that hog in terms of just being able to get out and go with more reach and comfort. He doesn't have as much just substance of bone right at the surface as maybe the hogs in 2 and 3. I still felt like on the top side of his skeleton, he had the most true shape and freshness at this stage of the game, was the one that still had enough look out through his front end. I thought in terms of hip and rear leg, in terms of how they came in and how they withstood the drive, was still square enough built and comfortable enough in terms of his hip and his hind leg. Second's young man in the green shirt for me. Heavy structured barrow that's really stout about his skull, big in his arm. Like that hog in terms of his density of bone, good through the center part of his cavity. Didn't think he was quite as correct as an individual in terms of his maturity right at the top side of his neck. He's a little crestier, and how he blends his neck to his shoulder isn't quite as good. Down his top line, he's got spread and he's got dimension. I'd like to make him a little pressure there over his 10th and make him just a shot looser at his rear ankle. Certainly one that's heavy boned and stout featured, still has a good look. Bear in third just gets a little plainer about his look from his shoulder blade forward, a little rounder out of his hip. He's correct on his feet and legs. He's pliable through his center body. Felt like of that top trio, he was probably the one that just worked a little more fat cover and condition at this stage of the game. I'd like to trim him down, him up just a notch, make him a shot more attractive out front, but certainly a good barrow there from a feet and leg standpoint, still being very pliable and robust to the center part of his body. One that comes next here in 4, tall fronted type of a gilt that's extended, level in her makeup from the side. Ask yourself, is there just quite enough density and structure underneath of her? I'd like to make her bigger footed, stouten her up in terms of her bone work. I thought coming and going, again, in a market hog setting, we could just stand to have a shot more base, a shot more natural muscle comparatively to some of the ones ahead of her. Hip forward, I like the young lady's gilt, opened up through her chest, got a good shape there to her head and her crest. Like that gilt in terms of muscularity on the top side of her framework. I need to lengthen her hip and make her more secure. She gets a little more rigid about her ankle and her rear foot. I just want to make that one go with a shot more flexibility from behind. Young man's comes next, one that probably, again, in terms of his maturity, I'd like to elevate him. I'd like to make him a little later in his maturity pattern up front end. He gets shorter and crestier about his neck, not quite as good about his front foot and pastor and how it hits the surface, but he is opened up, big rib cage. He's got plenty of width and dimension from one end to another. Young man's hog here, similar story in terms of just blade and shoulder and knee, how things fit together up front. I want to pick her up on her pastern. I want to make her more correct in how she comes out of the gate directly to me, but she's shapely, she's expressive, got more muscle content, in my opinion, than the hog that is directly below her here, or a couple hogs below her. Another one that's got some length and levelness of design. I need to open him up. Needs a bigger rib cage, just need to have more natural width and muscle leaving me. Hog that comes out next here in 9, little plainer about his look up front. Like that hog in terms of having some spread and some dimension. Want to stouten him just a notch at the surface in terms of his foot and his bone work. Level him out just a notch in terms of his hip. Young man here in the pink that comes out in 10, heavy structured type of a hog. Need to loosen that barrow up in terms of how he goes. He's just a little ouchy and a little more tentative in terms of his step from behind. Young man in 11 there, still a good pig in terms of having some mobility. Just want to stouten her up, make that one have a shot more natural width and dimension all the way through. But a good class. Put your hands together for those exhibitors if you would.
For our class 161 of our spot market breed, we have in 11th place Joe Matt, in 10th place Rattle Rich, in 9th place Dalton Wilbanks. In 8th place, Jackson Dudley. In 7th place, Tyler Shaw. In 6th place, Coyd Yonker. In 5th place, Paisley Peterson. In 4th place, Mason Neese. In 3rd place, Corbin Yonker. In 2nd place, for your reserve spot, Bowen DeVitt. And in 1st place, for your grand champion spot, Addison Powers. Following class 180 of our OPB, there will be a 30-minute break for lunch. Again, following class 180, there will be a 30-minute late break for lunch after our OPBs.
Good class of Yorkshire Bears here. I think very deep and competitive all the way through. And these top four, I think, bring some extras to the table in terms of width and shape. Of those four, the one that just takes that to another level, in my opinion, in regard to just back and mass and stoutness at this stage of the game, and still maintains a square, mobile type of a rear leg. As the young lady in the black here, she's going to go ahead and win this particular drive. There's places on each of them I could tweak them in terms of design. With him, it's more about how he kind of transitions from the top of his crest into the front of his shoulder blade. He's naturally probably just a little farther forward, which doesn't allow him to get his head and neck quite as high off the top of his shoulder, but from there back, that is a massive, fresh-backed one that's still square, comfortable enough in terms of his hind leg. I thought he had an advantage in this particular set in regard to pastern strength and true openness of skeleton comparatively to what we have to work with. Still good pigs here, 2, 3, 4, and certainly I think you can justify them a number of different ways. There's pieces of each of them that I like a great deal. There's places on all of them where I'd probably pick on them and modify them just a little bit. I'll tell you this, the second place one, the reserve in this particular breed is right there on edge, if not crossing the line a little bit from behind, but he was the most unique one in my opinion from there forward of what we have to work with, and still thought his range of motion out here was acceptable. The young lady going away from him is going to be second. If we could square him up in terms of his hock, that would make him a one that I think could jump up, maybe even get around our champion, because he's got a unique look from the side. He's proportionate, he's dense, he's opened up. I think his neckties about the same into the top of his shoulder as our champion, but one that I thought brought a lot of unique parts and pieces to the table. Third's going to be the young lady here in the white shirt. Like to lift him up just a notch on his foot, make him stronger on his pastern. I didn't see him quite as good right in behind his shoulder blade and how he transitions in his top line, but he's really good in the shape of his mid-body. He's got an awesome shape and muscularity up high. Read his hock to be a notch squarer even than the one that's reserve. Didn't think that he balanced quite as good on the front third of his body as that second place one. That's what broke that pair for me. Young man's hog here in 4, a little more upright probably in just the angle of his knee, little steeper out of his hip, and not quite as secure the longer we go out here in terms of his rear leg travel. I do like him in terms of his skull. Got a big forearm, think he's dense enough in his feature. Toe spread is good when you get down to the surface. I didn't think he was quite as square at his knee coming right to me. And then again, in terms of the angle of his knee and just the build of his hip, thought he got just a little tighter the longer we went out here. One that comes out next in 5, really good skin and hair, freshness. Young lady, you've done a very good job getting your pig ready to come to the show. Get him behind him. Thought he closed up the most in terms of just base width. Coming to me was the narrowest through his chest floor and the base of his sternum, and comparatively to those hogs ahead of him, he could probably stand to be just a shot cleaner about the base of his throat latch there, but a good bodied hog that's still proportionate enough in his look. Young lady does a nice job with him. Hog that comes out next in 6, heavy structured, got some extra grow and performance to him. I like that. Maybe not as fresh at this particular stage of the game. He would have been interesting to evaluate maybe 2 weeks ago, because where he's good, he's very good. I like his skull shape. I like his forearm. I like his heaviness of structure and his mobility. I just didn't read him quite as fresh in his shape or fresh in his body type at this particular setting. Bear that comes out next here in 7 just gets outpowered in this particular lineup. He needs a shot more foot and bone. Need to open him up. Still a good made hog from a feet and leg standpoint. Just in this particular lineup was given up quite a bit in regard to feature and mass up high. One that comes out next here in 8, like that bear through the mid portion of his body again. Pliable centered, gets a little plainer up front. Like to freshen him at his crest and his neck. Like to open him up a shot, leaving me. Young lady in 9 has one that probably is a bit leaner in his design than the hog that's directly ahead of him. He needs to be squared up at his hock. I need to make him stronger in his top line, lengthen him out through his front end, round out the group with the sound structured barra, pushing the most in terms of fat cover at this stage. I need to lean him up, make him a little more compositionally correct in a market animal setting. Put your hands together for the Yorkshire exhibitors if you would.
For our class 171 of our Yorkshire market, we have in 10th place Carson Lay. In 9th place, Maggie Kern. 8th place, Wade Warm. 7th place, Colton Fields. 6th place, Isabel Shaw. Fifth place, Ella Matternock. Fourth place, Wade Warm. Third place, Lindley Dever. Second place, in reserve, we have Kaylee Johnson. And in first place, for your grand champion Yorkshire, we have Mason Hodson.
Pair of Tamworth Barretts here and our other purebreds, and these two young gentlemen do a nice job. They're both going to take a banner home. They're both going to punch a ticket to the Grand Drive later on this afternoon. So my compliments to both these young men for doing a good job with their projects. I like the young man here closer to me to have the winner. I like that hog in terms of his spread. He's better in terms of the shape of his forerib. Study him on the top side of his skeleton, just being more robust. Just more powerful, if you will, in terms of his rib design and mass up high. Square built as well when he leaves us in terms of his hind leg. We could pick him up on his front pastern a shot. We could extend him out through his front 1/3. I think that's where the bearer in second that ends up being reserve has those advantages. I like the front end of this hog better. He is taller fronted. He is stronger on his front pastern. Hug still, in terms of having some shape and leanness to him. I appreciate that. I didn't see him quite as good in his rib cage. He wants to deviate a shot more right in behind his blade. From behind, he wants to push his hock a little wider than naturally what the top of his hip or what the base is at the surface, but certainly a good bear in terms of some look and some elevation. Put your hands together for those two young gentlemen, if you would, please.
Class 180 of our OPB, we have for our reserve champion, Carson Lay, and our champion, OPB, Alan Raff. As a reminder, we will have a 30-minute break for lunch, bringing us back at 1:12. We'll do 1:15 instead. Okay, at 1:15, we will come back for the rest of the remainder of our show. Those of us looking for lunch at the Pop stand, we have discounted breakfast burritos, Chick-fil-A, and beef/bean burritos. Again, at the Pop stand, we've got discounted breakfast burritos, Chick-fil-A, and beef and bean burritos. As our exhibitors enter the ring, we want to do a quick shout out to Allison Marie Media and their team, being Caitlin, Sydney, Allison, Addie, and Candy, for professional photos today, whether it be a backdrop or in the arena. If you need any of those photos or would like some, please find one of the gals with a camera and ask them for their info.
So we get fire back up after lunch here in the light crosses. I think we got a good class to start on, and lots of differences here. I think at the top end, high quality pigs to sort through. That being said, one comes out and pretty quickly hits me in terms of his proportions, his density, his squareness of build, his freshness. Young lady here in the white shirt as your class winner. I think one that just I land on pretty quickly. Comparatively speaking, he's better in his skull shape and arm than another one. He's just better on his front foot and the angulation of his blade. Probably than both of them, and I think where he really has an advantage is just ability to get his hock and his rear foot back behind his tail consistently, do it in a package that's fresh and square, correct. Just a very nice place to start. 2 and 3 very different types of livestock here. I think obviously pick your poison amongst the pair, which direction you want to head. Not going to tell you either one of them are perfect in every area, but both high quality individuals that bring positives to the table. I like the young lady in the red shirt to go ahead and be second. I like that hog's elevation, height the shoulder. To me, has a more unique look up front than the hog that comes third. He's stronger on his front pastern. He's a bearer that's got a good shape on the top side of his skeleton. I'd like to set him back just a notch in the angle of his shoulder blade. I'd like to stouten him in regard to feature about his lower jawline and just his forearm and his foot comparatively to that hog that wins. But a very good bearer in terms of freshness and look. Young lady does a very nice job of getting him presented. Third place bearer here for the young man, I think in terms of from about his mid-rib back, has a lot of positives, very, very stout and flexible, kind of a rear leg, square on the top side of his skeleton with natural muscle at the back side of his shoulder, comes back big and square to his hip. I like that hog in terms of his extra shot of base width that he brings to the table compared to some others in this class. We need to pick him up on his front foot. I need to make him a little more attractive in his look up front about his crest and his skull, but a good bearer in terms of just being pliable, square built, comfortable as he gets out and leaves us. So one that comes 4 here, like him from the side in terms of his elevation. He's got a better type of skull shape and crest than the one that precedes him there in 3. Like his freshness, that's a bearer from behind. We got to square him back up, make him more acceptable, in my opinion, in terms of where his hock and his rear foot hits the surface, but one that I thought from the profile put together a lot of good things. This one's really opened up, big in his chest floor, good in his rib cage, works a big spread up high from blade to hip. Like to set him back in his blade angle, like to make him more secure in the way he goes hip hock to ground, just a little more uncoordinated off of both ends, in my opinion, in terms of where he sets him down. One that comes next here in 6, a stout featured kind of a hog. Again, showing a little more maturity there up the front third of his body. Like to clean up his crest and his jawline from behind. I need to open him up and make him a little truer in his base width. He gets a little more upright in the angle of his hock as well when you study him from the side. One that comes out next here in 7, a good shape on the top side of her skeleton, muscular kind of a hog that's busted open from one end to another. I want to change the shape of her face. She's a little dished out and a little frailer about her jawline. Coming to me, going away. Didn't think she was quite as coordinated at the ground as well. Would like to just make her a nickel sounder there when we study her right at the surface. Hog that comes next, good through the center part of his body. Need to shape him up and give him a notch more muscle, make him fresher from a composition standpoint. Arguably the one in 9 is that from a muscle perspective, got a little better shape on the top side of her framework, just needs to be a little staler about her look, gets a little more upright, the angle of her shoulder blade, like to set her back in that regard. Good class, put your hands together for him if you would.
Your placings for class 191 of your light cross market class is going to be in 9th, Parker Owens, in 8th, Tuck Trumbull, in 7th, Payson Vernon, in 6th, Riddick Lambrick, in 5th, Aiden Robinson, in 4th, Mason Neese, in 3rd, Dawson Dever, in 2nd, Audrey Davis, and in 1st, for first in class, Lindley Dever. As these exhibitors enter the ring, we want to give a thank you to our sponsors. If you could take a look around the pen, you'll see different sponsors. They've made it possible for these incredible exhibitors to be here today and to have such nice equipment, nice people around them. So if you could give a thank you to all our sponsors that are surrounding our pen.
Another good class here. I think the top five that we re-drove all have quite a few positives. It didn't soar to land on one that just coming out of the gate hit me the hardest in terms of reach and flexibility. Good in the center portion of his cavity, hooks up strong behind his blade, fresh in his mid-body, like the young man in the pink to go ahead and win this particular drive. I think that hog puts together the most totals in terms of just his build and his athleticism, and yet still comes with enough width and dimension all the way through. I think he has an advantage over the young lady that's going to be second, just based on hip and hind leg assembly and the way he gets out and goes. This young lady's bearing two, the darker blue one here, good on the top side of his skeleton, no doubt, fresh out of the back side of his blade, and good in his shape. Like that hog in terms of having some substance when you take him to the surface. Toe spread and forearm and skull are all good. Didn't see him quite as good in the way that he hooked up right out of the backside of his shoulder comparatively to our winner. Didn't think he was quite as mobile and secure out of his hip and his rear leg as that winner as well. But in terms of freshness, openness, the skeleton, the shape to his body, and still having some density, like those things about that hog that lands in two. Young man's bear that comes three, like him in terms of chest, forearm, blade. That bear coming out of the gate has a good look just in a market hog setting in terms of stoutness and openness of skeleton. Still like him from the side in terms of being tall at the top of his shoulder, having enough extension off the front of his shoulder as well. I'd like to blend him just a notch smoother in his hamloin junction, make him a little more secure in how he hits him from behind. He just wants to get up underneath of himself ever so slightly, but a good pig in terms of being market, having market fundamentals of shape and openness and still being stoutness feature. One that comes next here in four, like him in the mid part of his rib. I think reach and flexibility is good on that particular hog, and he comes busted open from one end to another. Got behind him, thought he was a little rounder in his rump and not quite as good in terms of the shape of his joint work, as he's got a little more swelling there in his hocks. I thought he was just a nickel planer in terms of his look up front, in terms of chest or crest and just shape of skull, but a good barrel from a fundamental standpoint, skeletal width, muscle dimension. One that comes out next here in five, another one I think in terms of just having some width and dimension all the way through and freshness of body. You appreciate that. Got a good shape up high. I think that hog's big in his upper hip and still one that brings some extra substance to the table when you study him at the surface. He's a little more upright in the angle of his shoulder. He wasn't quite as good in terms of just his how he hinges out of his hip and his rear leg. Wants to push his hock a little wide for me, pressurize his outside toe. Like to square him and just make him a shot more comfortable to move him up a spot or two in this particular lineup. One that comes next, the young man has through the center part of his cage, like that hog in terms of muscularity on the top side of his skeleton. He gets a little shorter out of his hip again, not quite as mobile off that rear leg. He never gets his hock and his rear foot consistently back behind his tail to take a long and comfortable stride. Thought again, another one that was a little plainer in his look about his just crest and cheek there ahead of his shoulder. One that comes next in seven, sound on his feet and legs, very flexible from a mobility standpoint. We've got to have more muscle. We got to spread him wider, stouten him in terms of his forearm and at the surface. Hogs an 8 and 9 here. You know, the young lady's Gilt has some skeletal width, has some muscularity, like her from a composition standpoint. Probably just reads a little drier through the center part of her rib cage, not quite as correct in the angle of her shoulder blade and the set to her knee. Young lady's hog, I thought, was just a little more upright in that angle to his blade as well, a little higher in his spine, but one that definitely in terms of, having some length of stride behind, you appreciate. Put your hands together for those exhibitors, if you would, please.
The placings for our second class of light cross, class 192. Our number 9, Presley Sturkle. Coming in at 8th, Kylie Kretzer. 7th, Addison Glass. 6th, Easton Matronaut. 5th, Emery Matronaut. 4th, Kinley Strivogel. 3rd, Jaden Ellicott. 2nd in class being Hadley DeVete. And 1st in class, Corbin Yonker.
Another good class. I think top four that we redrove all have pieces that you can land on another one pretty quickly in this particular lineup that I think just puts together the most good from a build and squareness perspective. He's fresh whenever you study him on the top side of his skeleton, and one that I think proportions up very, very well in this particular drive. Young man here to my left has your class winner, one that I think puts together a tremendous amount of positives. I guess we get him on the redrive here. I think second and third is where the decision lies for me, just a shot closer. And of that pair, whenever you get in, kind of break these down, the one that I think comes with just a shot more turn and shape on the top side of his skeleton, one that in terms of being comfortable and still stout enough in regard to his rear leg, I'd like the young man's bear there to go ahead and be 2. I think that dog puts together a lot of good. I'd like to stouten his lower jawline just a shot. If we could do that, then I think it makes that pair kind of cut and dry. The young lady's bear that goes third, initially on the drive-in, put together well from the side, comfortable, good in his center body. Get up on top of him, study him going away. Thought he ran out of shape comparative to the ones directly ahead of him. Certainly, though, in terms of his freshness of body and flexibility, thought he needed to work up towards the top end. Like a lot of things about the young lady's Gilt that comes out next in 4, skull shape, forearm, chest is good. Like that Gilt in terms of her just ability to go north and south and be flexible in her range of motion here from the profile. Get him behind her. That's where I want to change her. Square up her hock. Wants to roll her weight just a notch more to that outside toe. Gets a little flatter on her front pastern, a little plainer about the base of her neck. But I think one that in terms of her chest and that look coming out of the gate was impressive. Here's a muscular bear that's opened up, big in his chest floor, got a ton of spread and shape on the top side of his framework. I need to make him more correct in how his neck and his shoulder blade transition and fit together. He's a little more upright in his knee, and because of that, we don't get out of our front end with quite as much comfort from behind. He's a little shorter and a little rounder out of his hip. Just would like to make him more coordinated here from a range of motion standpoint. The one that comes next here in 6, young lady has a Gilt, has a tremendous amount of spread, tremendous amount of skeletal width all the way through, and I like that. We need to make her more mobile and just coordinated as well, how she uses her front end. She's a little more tentative in her step up front. She's a little straighter and more upright. The angle of her blade, I could set her back just a notch in that angulation and allow her to go with more comfort. Probably peel her back just a notch there as well in regard to where we're at compositionally. Young lady's hog that comes next, in terms of flexibility, soundness of structure, like those things about her. Still think she has a good shape on the top side of her skeleton from a muscularity standpoint. Watch her come and go, and that's where I've got to just make her squarer and more genuine. She wants to funnel down through the base of her chest and close up a notch, coming directly to me from behind. I didn't read her with quite as much just base width and openness there when we study her from her hip down through her stifle all the way to the ground. The one that comes next here in 8, like the dog in terms of having some muscularity, probably more shape and width than the one that's directly ahead of her. With that, gets a little more tangled up in terms of her hind leg. Got to make her squarer and more secure how she goes off those rear 2. Young man's pig in 9 here. Good in the center part of his body and flexible. Again, compositionally, I'd like to lean him up, just give him a nickel more real muscle down his top, and especially back out through his hip as he leaves us. Didn't think he had quite the same substance of bone in the foot size as some of the ones ahead of him. But a good class. Please put your hands together for those exhibitors if you would.
Your placings for Class 3 of our light cross, Class 193, are going to be in 9th, Trent Glass, in 8th, Lane Krutzer, in 7th, Briley Vitalet, in 6th, Emery Mentronock, in 5th, Brad Ulrich, in 4th, Riley Joseph, in 3rd, Riley Blair, in 2nd for second in class, Bodie Stockton, and 1st in class, Tuck Trumbull.
get into your heavyweight blues or light crosses here in this particular division. And this pair, I think, surfaced to the top. And where they're contrasting, you can make an argument that you can go back and forth depending on what your priorities are. And I think this is probably one of the closest pairs, just in my mind, that we've had today because where they need to be modified, the other one does have an advantage there. There's give and take trade-offs between these two. Both of them are good livestock. I appreciate the job both these young people are doing in terms of getting their projects presented to a very high level. My compliments to them. I'm going to lead off with the young lady's hog. I like that one better in terms of just his build. I like him in regard to flexibility out back, comfort level. In terms of just his hip and rear leg, I thought that was where he had a class advantage, and still one that from the side is elevated enough and attractive enough out front while still having enough stoutness of feature. He needs to be better at his chest and his knee coming to me. That's where I pick on him. He needs to be more opened up just directly underneath. I still thought there was enough internal dimension when you study the shape of his body and his base width leaving me. I wish he was better in that view directly to me out of the gate. That's where the 1 and 2 is so good. He's got a stout skull. He's really big in his chest and his forearm. He's a bearer that's opened up. That initial look coming out of the gate I thought was awfully impressive. He is naturally stouter in his structure and his feature when you take him to the surface than the one that wins, and I like that about him. Still has a good kind of shape on the top side of his skeleton. Where I pick on him a little bit more, he's maybe got a little more of a gland or lymph node, not necessarily a placing factor, but just aesthetically does pull away from his balance a little bit. I thought from behind, where he wants to set his hock and his rear foot, wasn't quite as square and secure. That's where I'd like to change him to go ahead and flip that pair, and it is close. The one that comes third here, we get into a trio here of calicos, and I guess in terms of light cross division, I'm here to just place the livestock, not classify them. This one, in terms of mass and substance, he's opened up. He's got a tremendous amount of spread, big-chested, really big on the top side of his framework, a muscular barrow that has a stout kind of a rear leg. From the side, I thought he was showing just a little more maturity about the shape of his head and his crest. He's not quite as good on his front foot. He needs to be strengthened in that regard. I'd like to just make him more attractive out front, pick him up on his front foot, but a barrow that's tremendously opened up, got a big top, a good kind of a rear leg working in him to go ahead and land where he does. This one that comes 4, long strided, flexible, runs uphill, like his height, the shoulder, all those things are positives. Coming and going, I didn't read him as genuine. I didn't think he was as busted open through his chest floor into the base of his sternum. When you get on top of the livestock, he's the flattest bodied one that we've talked about in those top 4. Needs to be more genuine in regard to skeletal width and cage. Presentation is very good. Young man does a nice job getting him driven. One that comes next here in 5, a similar story, just in terms of a flexible barrow that needs to be more opened up. We need to see him with more natural shape down his top and out through his hip. Needs to leave us a little wider and a little stouter in terms of base width. The one that comes next here in 6 maybe doesn't have the same type of hair or fit job as some of the ones ahead of him. What you see is what you get. I like that hog in terms of his elevation. I like that hog in terms of his stoutness of feature. Another one that just in terms of shape up high, I'd like to freshen him right there over his 10th rib. I'd like to see him go away just a nickel square and more secure in terms of where his hock sits. Young man that comes out next here in 7, another one that in terms of some height to shoulder, some look out front, I think has an advantage probably over the ones in 8 and 9. He needs to be lengthening his hip. We need to see him go away with just more substance and more stoutness in terms of his stifle, more foot size right there at the ground. Young lady's hog here in 8. Another one that's very, very muscular, probably just fighting some maturity on that guy. I'd like to freshen him through his head and through his center body. From behind, we got to square him back up in terms of where his hock sits. Just wants to push him out a little wider than I would term ideal. Young man that rounds out our class here, one that's got width and muscularity. Need to set that hog back in the angle of his shoulder blade. Need to freshen him up in his look and stouten him a nickel in terms of foot and bone. Put your hands together, a good way to finish up the light cross division.
Our 4th and final class of light crosses, class 194, places as such. 9th, Payson Vernon. 8, Margaret Lowry. 7th, Caleb Banger. 6th, Caleb McZugga. 5th, Emily Gray. 4th, Zach Vaughn. 3rd, Stockton Smith. 2nd in class being Dylan Bichelle. And 1st in class being Tori Brazil.
Put your hands together if you would. Help me congratulate these light crossbred exhibitors. Good set of them to work through for sure, and had a lot of fun kind of putting those classes together. Get these 4 winners back out here, and they do several things that I'm after. I guess in my opinion, there's a pair of them that it boils down to that push a little harder in terms of livestock that are square, coming and going. That are busted open and yet still have enough look, have enough design from the side. I think between that pair there's some give and take. I go back to as we've started this division of light crosses and got into them, which one just hit me the hardest in terms of being a unique animal that's hard to make, puts together pieces that are very, very impressive and yet still does it at a very high level from a fundamental standpoint. He ain't the biggest one, but he's the best one in my mind. This one's your champion. Congratulations to her. We dropped this second in, and again, talked to him in class, having a unique look and a fresh kind of a shape up high. Stouten him a little, make him a little more laid back in the angle of his blade. I think that would put him in the mix in a hurry. This young man's bear in front of me, just in terms of comfort level and body type, was very, very good, and I thought won a class that was deep. Get him out here. He's maybe just a nickel planer up at the top side of his crest and ahead of his shoulder than a few of them, but still one that's definitely in contention. Young ladies heavyweight, we talked about in that last drive, a pair of them towards the front in that particular class that were contrasting like this one just in regard to build and flexibility. You just square him just a shot in terms of his knee coming to me. One that pushed our champion the hardest, in my opinion, in terms of his build and his flexibility. I thought design was very good. Another individual that hit me very hard. Didn't think he had quite the same shape and stoutness of rear leg as the one that wins, but still a bearer that's very, very good. Young man in the black shirt there's got your reserve. Congratulations to him.
For our division, our grand champion light cross coming from class 191 is going to be Lindley Dever. And our reserve grand champion light cross from class 193 is going to be Tuck Trumbull.
get into this particular class. I think, I'm not going to tell you there's one in here that just checks everything that I'm after. They all three on the top end put together a tremendous amount of good. I pick on them in a place or two, and so the one I'm going to use, I don't know if I would label him as necessarily, my speed or my type in terms of his look out front. But I think if you beat him there, you probably single trait select in this class because from their back, he is the truest one in terms of just his spread and his shape. He's got the stoutest kind of rear leg that still is able to plant and drive. To me, he's more compositionally correct than the young ladies. He's a little sounder than the young man's. This guy in purple's got your class winner. Again, I'd like to make him a little more attractive up front. I'll be the first to tell you that. I like both of these hogs in 2 and 3 better in terms of their blade and their extension ahead of it. I think just the shape of their cheek and their jawline is more appropriate. The young lady's pig is going to be second. If he has enough muscle, then I think that he needs to win. The question mark in my mind at this stage of the game, does he have enough? Just right up on the top side of his framework, he needs to have more real shape. They've done a nice job. She's done a nice job. Whoever clipped him of trying to work some shape into him. If he comes with a little more as he progresses, then I do like that hog in terms of his build and flexibility. I think the center part of his body is good. I just didn't know if he had quite enough muscle to use him to win a class in a market hog setting, but a good pig nonetheless. So the young man's barrow just comes with a few more things that I would like to tweak, but there are some really unique things about this hog. He's probably the tallest fronted, most extended one of those top three. He's got a big chest floor. He's got a good shape up high, more real muscle in him, in my opinion, than the one that precedes him. I want to lengthen his hip. I don't know if it's his color or if he's just naturally a rib longer in relation to his hip length, but from the side, his length of body comparative to his length of hip needs to be different. At the surface, I thought his rear pastern was a little tight. I'd like to set him down with just a shot more flexibility. One that comes next in 4, a gilt that's really opened up, got a ton of width and muscle and power all the way through. She needs to be squared up and just a shot more secure there from her hock to the surface when she leaves us. From the side, not perfect in terms of how her neck transitions and ties in her shoulder or how she transitions there in her hip-loin junction. But boy, you talk about muscle and skeletal width, she's got it. Young lady does a nice job getting her drove. One that comes next here in the 5-hole, again, a barrow that's very good in terms of his chest, good in terms of his skull coming to me. Wish he had a bigger forearm and more foot and bone down low to match the mass and the muscle shape that he has on the top side of his skeleton. You get behind him, and that's where I got to change him. He's a little more rigid and just a little more uncoordinated with what he does about his hock and his rear pastern. Really shapely, really muscular hog to land in 5. One that comes next in 6, big chest, big forearm, like that hog in terms of his stoutness on the top side of his skeleton. Another one that I think needs just a shot more foot size and a shot more bone at the surface to match his muscle and his power up high. I'd like to make him a little longer hipped. He just gets a little rounder out of his rump structure. Need to square him up a shot in terms of where his rear foot hits the shavings. One that comes next here in 7, muscular type of hog. Need to set her down in her spine and just make her a little more secure out of her hip and rear leg. Didn't seem to be quite as comfortable there in terms of range of motion. 8 and 9 hogs that are level design, tall fronted livestock. Young lady's gilt in 8. Need to spread her a little wider open in terms of her chest and her rib cage. Young lady's hog in 9. I'd like to make a little stouter in terms of that jawline and her feature. Good pigs though. Young ladies do a nice job. Put your hands together for them if you would.
For class 195 of our dark cross lightweights, we have in 9th place Audrey Sparks, in 8th Casey Peterson, in 7th Kenzie Ulrich, in 6th Dylan Michelle, in 5th Cindy Dudley, in 4th Ella Mantronock, in 3rd Dawson Dever, in 2nd for second in class Callie Johnson, and in 1st Tyler Steinkamp. class in the ring is class 196 of our dark cross lightweights. Again, that is our dark cross lightweights.
Get in this particular class. So we got one that wins and does so pretty quickly. Young man in the red shirt right here in front of me. That bear is a very unique individual in terms of his look out front, his shape, his mobility, his freshness. That one came in. The hair on my back, on the back of my neck, is still standing up. He's very, very high caliber livestock. Congratulations to that young man. 2 and 3, I think, get a little closer. And honestly, I think of this pair, the one that's just truer in terms of chest and skull, shape of muscle, and total dimension, coming and going while still being square enough in regard to build. I like the young lady in the red shirt to go ahead and land second. I think that hog, in relation to the one in third, just more correct in terms of chest floor, blade, shape, and muscle. Again, maybe gets a little drier there through the center part of her body. I'd like to blend her just a shot smoother in terms of her ham-loin junction and make her maybe just relax a shot in the center of her spine. But she's more muscular, she's more opened up, she's stouter in her feature when you take them to the surface than this bear that comes third. Young man has one that's got a little of a high-pitched squeal and wants to kind of throw it in reverse, Terry, at times. In terms of flexibility, in terms of reach and mobility, I like that hog in regard to just his basic build and design. He needs to come stouter. He needs to be bigger in terms of his arm and his chest coming to me. Good kind of a hog, though, in terms of his build when you study him from the profile. One that comes out next here in 4 and 5, I thought hogs that are very similar in their makeup. They're opened up. They're big-chested livestock that have some natural dimension. Thought this one was just a little plainer in the shape of his skull and his jawline there. Wants to get a little weaker on his front foot. Young lady's bear there in 5. One that's just a little bit more deviated in terms of his knee coming to me, a little out and his hock going away, but both those bears are good from a muscularity and shape perspective. Appreciate him in that regard. Young man's calico hog that comes in 6, good through the center part of his body, more strength at top line than the hog that precedes him. With that is a little quicker in his maturity. Need to make him more extended from his blade forward. Need to change the way he hinges out of his hip and rear leg. Just wants to get too limited in his range of motion. The black bear that comes 7, one that's good through the mid part of his rib cage. Just need to see more genuine coming and going. Didn't think he was quite as correct from a composition standpoint and genuine base width standpoint. Got a little higher in his spine as well from the side. But skin and hair is very good, young lady. You have done a nice job at home with that project. The one that rounds out our class here, like the shape and muscularity on the top side of her framework, just gets a little staler, a little more tight and rigid out of her hip and her hind leg. Put your hands together, if you would, for those exhibitors.
Entering the ring now is our third class of Dark Cross Lightweights, Class 197. Again, that's our third class of Dark Cross Lightweights, Class 197. From our previous class, Class 196, our second class of the Dark Cross Lightweights, in 8th place, we have Dalton Wilbanks. 7th place, Emery Mantronock. 6th place, Colton Fields. 5th place, Dakota Bernard. 4th place, Tyler Steinkamp. 3rd place, Courtney Steinkamp. 2nd place with second in class, Dakota Bernard. And 1st place with first in class, Blaze Davis.
Good class. I thought the top 5 that we redrove all have a lot of differences. Not going to tell you there's a perfect one in regard to skeleton. I think there's pieces of each of them in a place or two you could tweak, you could modify. I still think there's quality livestock from top to bottom in this particular setting. The one that's going to win this particular class, young lady in the black shirt right here in front of me. I like that hog in terms of width and spread, pliability through the center part of his blade and his rib cage. He's got a stout kind of a rear leg that's still square built. Naturally he's probably just a shot rounder out of his hip. Maybe not quite as correct in terms of how his tail sits right up on the top of his hip, but he still balances and proportions more than good enough for me. I like his skull. I like his chest. The texture to his body, the freshness to his cage, and just muscle shape up high, to me, was undoubtedly the best in this particular drive. Young lady in the maroon's going to be second, kind of a thin-belted barra there that brings some unique pieces to the table. I like him in terms of his elevation, his height of shoulder, his stoutness of skull and jawline is very unique, and one that I think out back, in terms of his hip and his rear leg, is still very good. I didn't see him quite as good right there in the center part of his spine. Again, part of that might be color pattern, just where that white kind of hooks up. I think he naturally is just a little higher spine than what he is at the top of his blade or the top of his hip, but certainly one in terms of his look, his comfort level behind, thought was very good. Didn't have the same type of robust center rib cage as that class winner, but a very good pig to go ahead and land second. One that comes third here, again, tall-fronted, neat look there from his shoulder blade forward, has a nice type of shape to his skull and his jawline, fresh on the top side of his skeleton. Didn't come and especially go with as much just stoutness to him. We need to make him bigger at the surface in terms of his foot size. It's a little tighter at the ground in terms of his rear ankle, but one that I like in terms of his look up front, his design, his balance from the side is still very good. One that comes next in 4, like this hog in terms of his chest and his spread coming to me. I think a hog that leaves you with a really big upper hip and has a ton of shape through the lower part of his hip and stifle. I need to stouten up his head and his jawline and make him just a little bigger in his arm and feature all the way to the surface. When you get right up on top of him, I didn't see the same type of just shape of muscle and freshness at this stage of the game right out of the backside of his shoulder. He's plenty wide enough. He's stout enough leaving me. He just needs a little fresher kind of a shape, and we need to stouten him in regard to his bone work. Maybe was a little bit out on the edge in terms of where he sets his hock as well. The one that comes next here in 5, good pieces in terms of a skull and chest floor coming to me out of the gate. I like that extra shot of mass and density from behind. I didn't read him to be quite as coordinated out of his hip and rear leg. Thought he got a little short in his upper hip and just wanted to be a little more uncoordinated there, how his hock and his rear foot hits to the surface. Didn't think he was quite as attractive right at the top side of his crest as some others ahead of him, but good in terms of his foot, his bone work, his density. Good barrow to go ahead and land in 5th. One that comes 6th, a muscular hog that's opened up. Need to square him back up in terms of his hind leg, pick him up on his front pastern. Just a few more skeletal things in him that I'd like to modify. Young man's hog that comes out here in 7, like him in terms of just his extra shot of forearm and center rib cage. Need to clean him up in terms of his lower 1/3, peel him back just a notch from a fat cover condition standpoint. Thought compositionally we had the most to go ahead and fix on him. Very good class. Thought the top 5 all had a lot of quality. Put your hands together for those exhibitors if you would.
The placings for our 3rd class, Class 197 of Dark Cross Lightweight, is going to be this. 7th, Caleb Banger. 6th, Avery Steinkamp. 5th, Elena Shaw. 4th, Cash Shelton. 3rd, Lindley Dever. Second in class is going to be Margaret Lowry. And 1st in class will be Riley Joseph. Now entering the ring is our 4th and final class of the Dark Cross Lightweights, Class 198 of the Dark Cross Lightweights.
get into your last class in this lightweight division. I think, again, a class that has some challenge and some things to put together, piece together in my own head on how I want to go about it. There's things probably in each of these that I'd like to pick on or modify just a little bit from a build standpoint. The positives outweigh the negatives. Having said that, there's still, I think, some things on each of these where you could make them just a shot more appropriate in an area or two. Going to leave them alone, I guess, in terms of how I initially had them coming out of the gate. And the young lady with the Gilt there is going to go ahead and win this particular drive. I like that hog in terms of her freshness, like her in terms of her spread and dimension coming and going. To me, she has an advantage in this particular setting in the ability to get her hock and her rear foot back behind her tail a little more consistently. Like that hog in terms of just the spread and the dimension she's got on the top side of her skeleton. If we could fix her just a notch in her ham-loin junction, make her just a little cleaner at the top for crest, I think that would make her closer to the ideal. But I think fundamentally speaking, skeletal width and dimension, flexibility, that's where her advantages are in this particular lineup. Second's going to be the young lady here in the black with the off-belted hog. Like that bear in terms of his spread and his shape on the top side of his framework. I think he is more attractive from his blade forward than the one that wins the class. Maybe in terms of just where he's at in regard to feature, I'd like to stouten him a notch in his foot. I'd like to make him stouter in his jawline to match the muscle and the spread that he's got on the top side of his skeleton. I think that barrel also needs to blend just a shot differently in his ham loin, be a little longer in his hip length, but certainly one in terms of having some look, some shape, brings those extras to the table. Young man's hog in third, like the extra shot of bone. I like his forearm, stoutness of structure as you take him to the ground. He's the biggest footed hog that we have in this drive, and I appreciate that about him. Still good in terms of his rib cage. From the side, didn't read him to be quite as attractive. Got a little more cheek and a little more crest. Thought he was just a little rounder out of his hip. Get him behind him. I didn't think he was quite as coordinated there at the surface in terms of how he handles his rear ankle. One that comes next, if we could modify his hip and his hind leg, we'd talk about moving him up because he has a very unique look there coming to me in terms of his elevation, his height to shoulder. He's got a big chest floor. I like the shape of his skull. I like his jawline. Maybe a little vertical in his shoulder blade, but still think he gets out of it comfortable enough. It's from behind where I've got to make him more appropriate. He gets straighter about his hock. He's not as secure right there at the surface. He wants to almost knuckle over a time or two every fourth, fifth step on his rear pastern. We've got to make him more correct in how he goes hip hock to ground for this particular guy to move him up any higher. One that comes next here in 5, a muscular kind of a hog. Good in terms of shape and composition. Need to make him a little more attractive in his look up front. Pick him up on his pastern from behind. I'd like to square him just a notch in terms of where his rear leg sits. Young lady that comes out next here in 6, predominantly black barrow. Like the stoutness of feature, like his skull and his forearm bone work underneath. Need to make him more attractive there about his front end. A little plainer about his cheek and his jawline. Want to make him a little more correct in his hip and his hind leg as well as he motors across the ring. Just gets a little more upright, a little more rigid in his movement. One that comes next, a stout structured kind of a hug. Need to make him longer in his hip, longer in his cannon bone. Just extend his stride and allow him to get out and go with more reach and comfort level. Hog in 8 has plenty of shape and muscularity. Wants to get up underneath of himself more in terms of his rear leg and not be quite as stout in his feature. Would like his foot and his bone to match the amount of muscle that he has up high a little bit better to help him balance. Young lady's hog, tall-fronted, extended, got some levelness of design. Need to open her up, give her a bigger rib cage and just more natural dimension all the way through. Put your hands together for those exhibitors, if you would, please, as we finish out the lightweight dark cross division.
Our placings for our 4th and final dark cross lightweight division, class 198, are this: 9th, Maggie Kern; 8th, Paisley Peterson; 7th, Caleb Bangert; 6th, Avery Steinkamp; 5th, Kenzie Ulrich; 4th, Tori Brazil; 3rd, Dason Wilbanks; 2nd, coming 2nd in class, Cindy Dudley; and 1st in class being Addison Stockton. Now entering the ring are the 1st in class placings from all 4 of our dark cross lightweights that will make up our champions drive.
My compliments to these exhibitors here that we have that won a class in this lightweight division. Put your hands together for them real quick, if you would. Congratulate them. Been a fun division to sort through. Get them back out here. There's two of them that within their respective classes hit me really hard, but there is one that I think is just a very unique individual that puts together pieces that typically don't always go together. Help me congratulate the young man in the red shirt. Congratulations on your champion lightweight. Dropped that Gilt in, talked about her in class, having some real muscle and shape, stoutness of feature. Like to soften her a notch in her body and just set her back ever so slightly in her blade. Just got done talking the heavies and probably would blend that Gilt just a shot differently in her ham loin and at the top of her crest. But a sound structured, opened up individual that has real muscle. First class winner again, talked about from his blade back, having a lot of positives. Like to extend him out, make him a little more attractive up front. There's another one that, again, talked him in class for being fresh, robust, opened up, very, very good in terms of this hog in regard to stoutness of feature and squareness of build. Not as attractive as our champion up front, maybe not as long and level out through his hip, but still a very, very good individual. Young lady right here has got your reserve. Congratulations.
For our grand drive, for our Dark Cross lightweights, we have in reserve grand for Dark Cross lightweights Riley Joseph from class 197, and for our grand champion Dark Cross lightweight from class 1, Blaze Davis. In the ring is our first class of Dark Cross medium weights, Class 200 of our Dark Cross medium weights.
Real good class, I think, all the way down in this particular setting. These first two hit me the hardest coming out of the gate, again, for different reasons, but I think good livestock come in several different shapes and sizes. There's subtle differences between these two as you go back and forth, and, you know, the big picture differences are, in my opinion, what ultimately breaks it apart. There's one that's more stable in terms of his rear leg, and just a little stouter, in my opinion, in terms of his skull and his forearm and his feature. Young Lady's Pig is going to go ahead and win this particular drive. I like that one in terms of the freshness of his center body. I like the turn that he's got on the top side of his framework. If we could pick him up on his front pastern and just make him, you know, a shot more correct from that regard, then I think we talk about one that is a hammer in a hurry, because he's fresh, he's opened up, he's dense, and yet still very flexible and proportionate, just like to fix his front foot ever so slightly. One that comes second here, the young gentleman has got the most out of him. He wanted to get a little tangled up behind. The longer that we went, he did a good job of keeping him going at a steady pace. Like that hog in terms of his shape up high. Got a little extra height to shoulder and extension there comparatively to the one that wins ahead of his shoulder blade. He doesn't come with quite the same forearm and just foot size, in my opinion, as the class winner. He got a little more, as I said, a little more tangled up in terms of his hock and his rear leg from directly behind the longer we went, but a good barrow to go ahead and land second in this particular lineup. The one that comes third here, like him in terms of spread and shape, like his muscularity. Worked him up. I think he's actually got a little truer kind of a body shape and more muscle than a couple hogs that we have below him, and yet still is sound and comfortable in terms of his rear leg. I didn't think he had quite the same look up front as those ones ahead of him. Wasn't quite as good at the top side of his crest or his neck. One that we could maybe make just a shot fresher in his overall appearance, but a good kind of a barrow from a stoutness and a dimension standpoint. Young lady's Gilt that comes next. If we could just soften her through the center part of her body and lay her back ever so slightly in terms of the angle of her shoulder blade. This is a Gilt that I like a lot of things about. Got a big chest floor, comes out of the gate there and has a stout skull, good in terms of her shape on the top side of her framework, still elevated and has a nice look there from the profile. I just want to relax her in the angle of her shoulder and make her softer through the mid part of her rib cage to go ahead and move her up. I pinned this one off early because he's sound, he's comfortable, he's good in terms of his feet and legs, got a good center body, more pliable through his rib cage than the one that's directly ahead of him. We got some of those others in. He runs out of gas in this class. He needs more shape up high. He needs more just true shape and muscularity down through his hip and lower stifle when he leaves me. Maybe just one that is a little crestier right at the top side of his neck, but a good pig in terms of flexibility. Again, young lady does a heck of a job getting them presented, in my opinion. One that comes next, good shape of muscle. I like this hog in terms of his elevation. I like this hog where he's at compositionally. He gets a little flatter in his body shape and not quite as just bold and robust through the mid part of his cavity. I thought from behind, not only is he giving up a shot of foot and bone, he also wants to push him out a little wider. We need to reconstruct the way he goes away from me in terms of just making him stouter and a little more secure at his hock. One that comes next, I like in terms of having some center rib, probably a little more pliable there in the mid part of his cavity than the one that precedes him. He needs to be picked up on his front pasterns. We need to make him truer in terms of his base width as he leaves us, wants to close and funnel too much at the surface. Young man's barrow that rounds out the class here. Good in terms of having some spread and some dimension on the top side of his skeleton. Got a little plainer about his head and his neck. Not quite as fresh in his overall look out here in a very competitive class, but a good kind of a barrow in terms of rib cage and muscularity. Put your hands together for those exhibitors if you would, please.
Our first class of dark cross medium weights, class 200, placed as such. In 8th place, Parker Owens. 7th place, Marissa Blair. 6th place, Jaden Ellicott. 5th place, McKenna Taylor. 4th place, Riley Blair. 3rd place, Jackson Dudley. 2nd in class, Jackson Hodgson. And 1st in class, Haley Walker. Now entering the ring is our second class of dark cross medium weights, class 201. Again, that is our dark cross medium weights.
this class kind of comes together with a bit of straightforwardness to it in my mind. In terms of one that puts together freshness, shape, and muscle, texture to his body's good, still being square and having a neat look there ahead of his shoulder blade, like the young lady in the black here, to go ahead and win this particular drive. We could strengthen him just a notch in a place or two, make him a notch stouter in terms of his rear leg bone, and just expand his toe spread behind and make him go just a shot more comfortably right at the ground. But I think that hog's the most genuine in terms of shape and muscle. Still has a good look up front. I think is fresh in the center part of his cavity. Young man in the black shirt's going to come second. If we shape him up just a little bit differently on the top side of his skeleton, then he might go ahead and win the class. He's comfortable. He's good through the mid part of his body. He's a hog that's square built, coming and going. Just need to make him a little leaner and a little truer in regard to his composition. If you wanted to flip the pair in 2 and 3, you could argue the compositional correctness does go to the young man here in the third hole. And I do like this hog in terms of his chest. Got enough spread and dimension on the top side of his skeleton. For me, he's a little drier in the center part of his body. Didn't like him quite as good from a balance perspective. He's crestier at the top of his neck, giving up a shot of bone there from behind. Maybe not quite as correct in terms of where he sits his rear leg, but good in terms of his muscularity. Thought his pastern strength and range of motion was a little more acceptable than the one that comes out next in 4. This young lady's hog is big-chested, pliable at the top of his blade. Like him in terms of the mass and spread he offers up high. We need to pick him up on his pasterns. We need to make him more secure in terms of his hind leg, just not quite mobile enough out here and comfortable enough in terms of how he handles the arena surface. One that comes out next in 5, this young man's Gilt has a good look up front. Like her in terms of having some stoutness to her forearm and feature down low. She gets a little harder and a little drier through the mid part of her body, coming directly at me, leaving me. I just need to bust her open. She wanted to close up and get a little narrower. I want to make her wider constructed all the way through. One that comes out next is wider. She is bigger ribs. She does have more spread on the top side of her skeleton. She gets a little easy in her spine. Little plainer in her look up front. I'd like her to just come with a shot more look and eye appeal from the side. Hog in 7 here, need to square up her hock. Just wants to push him out and get a little short in her hip. Not quite as good out here in motion, but it has plenty of shape and width and muscularity. Hog in 8 there, young lady brings this one that's expressive on the top side of her skeleton. Just need to set her down in her spine. Another one we could make longer hipped and more correct in terms of a rear leg travel. Round out the class, young man there in the 9 hole, like his bearer in terms of having some skeletal width and some muscularity. When he leaves me, we need to make him more correct out here in terms of his pastern, make him more correct in his rear leg, freshen him through the center part of his body. Please help me congratulate those exhibitors with a big round of applause.
For our second class of Dark Cross medium weights, class 201, we have it placing as Lane Crutzer in 9th. In 8th, Brighton Wilbanks. In 7th, Delaney Wymera. In 6th, Kylie Crutzer. In 5th, Brody Stockton. In 4th, Margaret Lowry. In 3rd, Cade Ellicott. In 2nd, for second in class, Caleb McZuga. And in first of class is Sydney Dudley. Now entering the ring is our third class of Dark Cross medium weights, class 202 of the Dark Cross medium weights.
Another good class. I think the depth, the quality here is very, very good. And get these top three out. I believe that all three of them have an advantage or two that I'd really like to take and run with. They've all three got a place or two that, just to make them closer to the ideal, we could change them. But they still are quality livestock that bring together a tremendous amount of positives to the table. Step back and I guess just ask myself, which one is more my type in terms of just the build of his rear leg, being stout-featured, comfortable from behind, and yet in the center part of his cavity being so robust and opened up. Get on top of him. I think he's got as big a spread as any of them and still maintains that width and that squareness coming and going. I wish we could maybe make him a little nicer in his presentation, comparatively to another one or two in this class. But I think the best one, whenever you get past that, from a fundamental standpoint, is the young man in the black shirt there. He's got your class winner. Congratulations to him. Second's going to be this young lady here in the black, closer to me. You talk about freshness, skin and hair, and freshness atop. That's his advantages. I love that hog in terms of just the spread and the dimension he's got up high. Got a great turn to his loin edge. I think comparatively, just his fit and his presentation is better than the one that wins. Didn't like him quite as good in terms of just his rear leg assembly. Didn't think he was quite as authoritative and comfortable in terms of where he sat it down. Up high or up front, I should say. I'd like to stouten his jawline and just make him a nickel more dense in terms of his feature, but certainly one puts together a lot of good positives here in this class. Young lady in the white shirt has one that comes out. Hit me very hard in terms of stoutness of feature, shape, and muscularity. Like that hog in terms of his extra shot of skull and bone comparative to the one that's directly ahead of him. I didn't think he handled his top line quite as good. I'd like to him down in his spine and just make him a shot more coordinated and square him up as he goes away, as he wants to roll his weight just a shot more to his outside toe. But a good barrow there to go ahead and land third in this particular lineup. One that comes next here in 4, good in his chest floor, big in his rib cage, got a ton of spread and dimension. Thought he got up here towards the front end just based on being opened up and being square from behind. Get off to the side, and I felt like he was just a little more generic in his look about the top of his crest and out through his hip. I'd like to make him a shot cleaner fronted and just level him out, lengthen him out a shot in terms of his rump structure. Good barrow, though, in terms of bone and substance and flexibility out here in this class. One that comes next in 5, I think a hog that's got a good shape of muscle up high from blade to hip. One that I like in terms of having, some extra stoutness again there in terms of his forearm and his bone work. He needs to be a little cleaner in his joint work. He needs to go just a notch more secure, hip hock to ground. Didn't see him quite as coordinated out here as a few ahead of him, or even this one behind him. I like this black-headed one in terms of reach and flexibility. I think his soundness in terms of just his hip and his hind leg is as good as maybe any of them in this class. There's not enough hog there when he comes right at us. We got to make him bigger chested. We got to expand him in his rib cage, just give him more natural width and muscle all the way through. Good one, though, in terms of build and feet and legs. I like a lot of things about him. Very deep class when that one's sitting in the 6th position. One that comes next, good in terms of shape up high. Didn't think that he blended quite as well from the side in terms of his neck into his shoulder or there in his ham-loin junction. Didn't think he was quite as stout about his lower jawline or his feature at the surface, but certainly one in terms of shape and muscularity and presentation. Young man's done a nice job with from that regard. 8 and 9, again, hogs that still have good to them. This one probably a shot more moderate, maybe just a little quicker in his maturity than I would term ideal. I'd like to make him a little looser out of his hip and his rear leg. Thought he had a notch more skeletal width and a notch more substance to him than the hog that rounds out the class. That one is later maturing and taller fronted. Gives up some bone, gives up some muscularity, gives up some density in this particular group. Let's put our hands together, please. Congratulate those exhibitors.
That class number 3 of the Dark Cross medium weights has us with that 9th, Wesley Warm, 8th, Danica Lambrick, 7th, Tyler Shaw, 6th, Addison Stockton, 5th, Kelsey Boxberger, 4th, Coyd Yonker, 3rd, Olivia Dever, 2nd in class, Mason Hodgson, and 1st in class, James Lowry. Now entering the ring is going to be our fourth class of the Dart Cross medium weights. Again, that is our fourth class of the Dart Cross medium weights, class 203.
get into this class, and these three come out, and they're first impression hogs. They're hogs that have quality. They're hogs that have balance. They're hogs that just obviously are a little different, from one another, but all three very, very good livestock, in my opinion. Makes them fun to evaluate. We turned up the heat in a hurry right here in this trio, and ultimately, one of these three gets left out completely for sure, just within this class. And so I want to take just a little bit more time to break these down. They come together for me, I think, in such a way that I can get in and find ones that I like in regard to build and balance and skeletal quality, and yet still the freshness and the design and the presence in a show ring setting. There is one that I think just kind of separates in this particular lineup, hit me extremely hard, I think is very, very good. Young man in the white shirt as your class winner. Congratulations to him. That barrel came out, and just I think, if you like him wide, if you like him stout, if you like him powerful, he has muscle, he has width, he has bone. If you like him sound and comfortable, the build of his hind leg in this class is just as stout as any of them, and yet still coordinated and square, and he has the balance and the look from the profile to proportion at a very high level. The texture of his body is awesome. Skin and hair is appropriate to just a very, very high rent one, in my opinion, to go ahead and land first in this class. The decision does come for me between 2 and 3, and these hogs are very, very different. I think this is where really you have to get in and break them down and kind of study, exactly what you're willing to tolerate, because they both have a place where I want to change them, and then where the other one needs to be better. The other one you can say has an advantage just in terms of taking it to another level. The one that needs to come next, in my opinion, in terms of just incredible shape and width and mass, is the young lady in the red. She's going to be second. That one in terms of just stoutness of feature, skull, bone, forearm, and as big a back, maybe rolled up in one as we've seen today. I think it brings an extra shot of bone and feature to the table than the one that comes third. Where I like him better, he's truer in his chest floor, he's truer in the outward curvature to his rib cage. I think that hog's just a notch more genuine in terms of his skeletal width. He needs to be longer hipped, and he needs to hinge a little differently from behind. And that is where the one in third has an advantage. This one comes out, I think, just in terms of the way he's built from the side, in particular his rear leg travel, very, very comfortable. He's clean jointed, he's flexible, he's a hog that in terms of just making him fundamentally correct day in and day out from a build standpoint, I appreciate that. He's a barrel from the side that still has a good look up front. He's good in his top line. He's good in his center body fill. He just fell in the wrong class because when push comes to shove, he comes right to me. He is the most closed up in his chest floor. I didn't read him quite as outward in the turn to his rib cage as those two ahead of him, and he is the lightest muscled one. Now you say he's not light muscled. No, he is not. I just felt like in that particular trio, he wasn't as genuine in terms of his width or his body shape. He needs to be truer coming right at me. Folks, if you would, please, I'm going to talk the rest of these. Put your hands together for those three kids. That was incredible to sort through, in my opinion. The one that comes out next here in 4, a very good pig in terms of his fill and his body type. He's sound, he's comfortable. He just runs out of feature in this particular lineup. He needs a bigger forearm. He needs more toe spread and foot size. We need to make him stouter in his bone work. I thought he got just a little plainer at the base of his neck relation to some of those ahead of him. Good bear in terms of body, good bear in terms of flexibility. Young lady that comes next here in 5, I like that hog, probably even a shot better in regard to his skull shape and his chest floor than the one that's ahead of him. He does have more muscle on the top side of his skeleton. He gets a little tighter there in his forerib, a little tighter there in his ham-loin junction. I didn't see him as soft as what he needs to be in the center part of his cavity. From behind, I thought he rolled his weight just a shot more to his outside toe. We could hinge him just a little differently about his rear leg. The one that comes next here in 6, good shape up high, muscular kind of a hog, tall-fronted, extended from her blade forward, Want to see that one just a notch more correct as well. When we step in behind the livestock and study them hip hock to ground, I didn't think she was a square in that regard from the side. Thought she was just a little easier in her spine. Wanted to deviate and pinch just a notch more in her ham-loin junction. Young lady there in 7, a belted barra that's opened up and has some width on the top side of his skeleton. He's pushing a notch more fat cover than he needs to. Need to peel him back a notch and make him more compositionally correct. Felt like he had more skeletal width and just a shot more squareness to him than the hogs that come in 8 and 9. Young lady's barra here in the 8th hole, tall-fronted, extended, still has some lateness of maturity. I like that about him. Gets a little shorter and steeper out of his hip. Not quite as secure there about his hock. I'd like to spread him wider from behind and give him more skeletal width. Young lady's gilt that rounds out. Muscular, shapely. Need to square her up in her hock. Need to make her more coordinated out here in regard to range of motion. Very, very good class. Top trio was phenomenal. Put your hands together for all those kids one more time.
Our fourth and final Dart Cross medium weight class 203, placed in 9th, Alea Owens. In 8th, Briley Bidelek. In 7th, Danica Lambrick. In 6th, Marissa Blair. In 5th, Elena Shaw. In 4th, Tyler Steinkamp. In 3rd, Jackson Hodgson. 2nd in class, Hannah Davis. And 1st in class, Dawson Dever. Now coming in will be our drive for lightweight, heavyweight. As a correction, this is our drive for our dark medium weights. These will be our first place in all 4 of our classes.
Get out here for your champion in this division, and been a good division to sort through. Lots of differences in those classes, and ultimately very comfortable with the ones that we land on out here. Thought as we went through the first 3 classes, we had quite a bit of sort, and still good hogs that we land on that fit the bill. Boy, get into that last class, and the heat got turned up extremely quickly with an individual that just hit me extremely hard. This young man has your champion. Congratulations. Drop that second place in, and I guess growing up, old adage around our house was typically it's that one class that shows up, and you got to beat him in class. He got beat by one in class and went second. He's still the second best one in my opinion in this division. This young lady's got your reserve.
For our divisional drive of Dark Cross medium weights, we have as our reserve divisional champion from class 203, Hannah Davis, and from our same class 203 for our grand divisional champion, or not our grand, sorry, our divisional champion, Dawson Dever. We'd like to give a big thank you to our judge today, that being Mr. Kane Austin. Kane comes to us having been a coach and having a family and trying to glorify God in his life. But just a big thank you to Kane and for how he's placed these classes and how clear he's been to these young individuals.
jump into the heavies here, get into this particular pair, and I think both these hogs represent fundamentally correct livestock that are opened up and square. There's one that takes it to another level in terms of his feature, in terms of his bone, just his proportionality from the side. A very, very unique type of animal in this particular setting that hit me extremely hard. Young man in the blue shirt there has your class winner. Congratulations on one that I think is a stud in this particular lineup. The one that comes two, good in terms of his spread and his shape up high. That hog, in terms of muscularity and with the skeleton, is opened up, big in his rib cage, comfortable and flexible. Still a hog that I think proportions well from the side. He doesn't have the same type of feature. He doesn't have the same type of skull shape or forearm or bone underneath of him as the class winner. Up high, we could freshen him just a notch there at his 10th, but a bearer that's very, very high quality, again, just ran into a hammer ahead of him. One that comes third in this young man, I think what you see is what you get, in terms of just natural head carriage. Doesn't have it cranked up. I think just a very opened up, stout-made type of hog that's good through the center part of his rib cage and fresh on the top side of his skeleton. I'd like to pick him up on his front pastern just a little bit. He wants to be a little more tentative in his step right out of his front end at times, and ran into two ahead of him that just take it to another level in regard to proportionality and balance. But I like that hog in terms of his muscularity, his stoutness of feature, his squareness of build. The Gilt that comes next here in 4, good shape up high, tall-fronted, extended ahead of her blade. Didn't see quite the same, just rib cage and softness to her center body. I'd like to stouten her up a notch in terms of her forearm and her bone at the surface, but a flexibly made, good structured kind of a Gilt that's got a nice shape up high. Again, high-quality individual to land 4 in this class. One that comes 5, if we could square him up at his hock, that would do him some good for sure. Like him from the side in terms of being good in his body type, got width and spread and muscularity, wants to push him a little wide behind. You just need to make him more coordinated the way he goes to the surface. Young lady coming out next here in 6. Front 2/3, I think, have some good to this Gilt. Tall-fronted, has some muscularity and openness to skeleton, no doubt, and one that's still level in her makeup from the profile. Wants to get her hind leg a little further up underneath of herself. I'd like to just make her plant and drive with more authority, give her a shot more substance of feature and bone and foot when you take them down to the ground. Young man's Gilt that rounds out the class here. Another one that's got some lateness of maturity and some height of shoulder, like her levelness of design. Need to make her more correct, again, in terms of how her hip and her hind leg goes. Just open her up in terms of skeletal width. Good way to get the heavyweight started. Phenomenal top end. Put your hands together for him if you would.
For our first class of Dart Cross Heavyweights, Class 205, our placings are in 7th, Wesley Warm; in 6th, Addison Glass; in 5th, Clint Gherkin; in 4th, Addison Stockton; in 3rd, Bowen Devitt; in 2nd, Cash Shelton; and in 1st, Cade Smith. Now coming out is our second class, Class 206 of our Dart Cross Heavyweights.
Another very good class. I thought the top end here was very, very high quality. Get into a pair of them once again that just bring so many extras to the table. Fundamentally correct livestock that are square built and opened up, and yet still, I think, take it to the next level. Now, there's one that came out, hit me extremely hard yet again in terms of that type of look. Elevation, freshness up high. Young lady's pig is going to go ahead and win this particular draw. One that I think is very, very good. Puts together a tremendously high quality image, and yet still on the top side of his framework is rolled up and big backed. Maybe the 1 and 2, whenever you get in and just study length of stride, length of step from behind, does go a little looser. He doesn't come with the same type of mass and spread, though, that the winner does. So this one is really, really correct in his build, correct in the angles of his skeleton, very comfortable, even though he's kind of being a knucklehead for the young man in terms of being vocal. There's not a tight joint in that barrow's body in terms of the angle of his blade, the set to his knee, the build of his hip and hind leg, and still proportions extremely well. I didn't think that he came with just quite the same type of look up front or shape up high as the one in first or even this one in third in regard to muscularity. This barrow, love him in terms of his spread and his dimension from blade to hip. Get behind him, he's as thick-ended and as stout and punchy as any of them in this particular class. I like to set him back just a notch in terms of the angle of his shoulder. He maybe gets just a nickel rounder out of his hip, but when you get off to the side and compare him to those first two, but one still very fresh in his presentation, very, very good in his muscularity, still square in his build. Think puts together a lot of positives in this class. The 1 and 4, really good through the mid part of his body. Like him in terms of spread up high. Like a hog that's square built, coming and going. Gets a little plainer about his crest and his cheek comparatively. I'd like to peel out some of his of that throat latch and just make him a little more secure right at the surface in terms of his rear foot and ankle. He just wants to pop and be a little more rigid in that regard. Not quite as attractive up front, but again, basics are there in terms of rib cage, pliability, freshness of skin and hair. Young lady does a great job once again getting him presented to a high level. This gilt comes next. Love her shape, love her muscularity. Got a good look there from her shoulder blade forward. She needs to hinge a little differently from behind when you step in and watch the livestock go away. She's not as coordinated and not as correct in terms of her hock and her rear foot placement. We need to square her back up, make her a little softer right there in terms of her heart and her forerib, but a good pig in terms of muscularity, openness of skeleton, still having a good look up front. This young man's barrow just gets out-horsed in this particular class. I like him from the side. I like his elevation. Tall fronted, runs uphill, still good in terms of his skin and hair presentation. He coming and going. That's where he gets, in trouble for me. Not as opened up in his rib cage, not as opened up, leaving me in terms of base width. We just need to expand him, make him wider constructed to go ahead and move up a place or two in this particular class. One that comes out next is wider in terms of his chest, bigger in terms of his rib cage. He's plainer in his look up through his front end, pushing just a shot more again in terms of condition and cover at this stage. I'd like to peel him back, make him a shot more correct in his composition, but he's heavy structured, big in his arm, and one that still gets out and goes with some mobility. Hog that rounds out the class, a tall fronted individual, probably a nickel leaner in terms of the one that's directly ahead of him. Need to change the way he's constructed out of his hip and hind leg, need to make him more correct in his body type, gets a little drier there. Put your hands together for him as they exit. Good class to work through.
Our second class of dart cross heavyweights, class 206, placed in 8th place, Alyssa Ellicott. In 7th place, Hadley Devitt. In 6th place, McKenna Taylor. In 5th place, Aiden Robinson. In 4th place, McKenna Taylor. In 3rd place, Audrey Davis. In 2nd place is your second in class, Courtney Steinkamp. And in 1st place is your first in class, Addison Hodgson. Coming in the ring is our third class of the dart cross heavyweights, class 207. Again, our third class of the dart cross heavyweights.
really good class, and my compliments to each and every one of these exhibitors that we have pinned off on the far side and the three that we have remaining out here. Lots of fun to sort. I think lots of differences, once again, depending on which direction you want to go. Get into these three. They're hogs that all have muscle. They all have shape. They're fresh at this stage of the game. I think there's differences just in terms of some look and some maturity up front. I'm not going to tell you that there's an absolute perfect one in every area, but they are very high quality livestock. The positives sure outweigh the negatives in this particular setting. One I land on is the young man in the blue shirt right here to go ahead and win this class. Like that hog in terms of his elevation and his look. He is rolled up high, got a big square hip, one that still, from the profile, puts together a very, very neat look. If we could make him sit down just a notch more authoritative on his rear two in terms of his rear foot, spread his toe a little wider, then I think that one would be a runaway winner in this class. Because he's not, I do think it's close. And there is another one, I think, in terms of stoutness, the way he plants his hind leg and just density and extra muscle on the top side of his skeleton. Young man in the white shirt here is going to end up in two. We like that hog coming out of the gate in terms of being so stout-skulled and opened up at the top of his blade, big-chested, got a big arm. He's one that's got a tremendous amount of substance. I do prefer how his rear leg hits the surface and the rear foot hits the surface than the class winner. A profile, I didn't think that he transitioned quite as good from the top of his neck into his shoulder or there in his ham-loin junction. Felt like he was just a shot more upright in the angle of his shoulder blade, but one that I think puts together a tremendous amount of good in regard to stoutness, toe quality, heaviness of bone, and still being very fresh. Sock-footed barrow here in three, really opened up and muscular, big top. You know, in terms of just shape and dimension from directly behind, don't know that we've seen one today with any more just outward shape leaving us, and that's certainly impressive when you talk about those ESTs. Still a hog that, for having that much muscle, has the ability to balance it and blend together well from the side. Got him out here, and as we go, I didn't think he had as much comfort out of his front end. He got a little weaker on his front foot. He's not quite as sure where he's going to sit down and just be able to plant and go as comfortably as what he needs to be. Certainly one in terms of muscle and dimension, freshness, squareness, all those things brings a lot of positives up here to the forefront. Good barrel from the side here in four when you study him just from the profile. I like his comfort level. I like his heaviness of structure. Got a neat skull shape and plenty of bone. Coming and going. He needs to be more opened up. Runs out of chest, runs out of blade width. Didn't think that he had quite as much just outward turn to his body shape comparatively to those three really, really stout ones ahead of him. Young man that comes next here in five, from the profile again, like the texture to his body. His fill is correct. He's a barrow that proportions well in terms of his height to length ratio. Not as shaped up on the top side of his skeleton as those others, in particular the top three ahead of him. Didn't think that he left with quite enough shape. He wants to funnel the most right there just in terms of base width going away of the top five. I just need to set him wider whenever he leaves this to go ahead and make it more of a case for him any higher. One that comes next, tall-fronted, extended, a shapely type of barrow that probably has a shot more muscle than the one that precedes him. We got to square him up at his hock, make him just more comfortable in terms of his rear leg. I didn't think that he came with the same type of rib cage, center body fill, or stoutness of skull as some of those others. One that comes out next here in seven, he is stout in his skull, big in his forearm, showing a little more maturity at this stage. I'd like to freshen him ahead of his shoulder, make him a little fresher in his topside shape. Heavy bone, dense, pliable, like all those things about him. Young man that comes out next here in eight, one that's just a little too ouchy on his front foot. We got to make him sounder and more comfortable out here in motion. Like that hog still in terms of having some skeletal width. Thought the hog in nine that the young man has there, tall-fronted, a little stronger on his pastern than the one that precedes him. Just didn't think that he had as much outward turn to his rib. Want to see him go away with just more stoutness of feature and openness of skeleton. Thought he got a little base narrow in this particular set. Young lady's gilt that rounds out, long, extended, has some shape up high. Just wants to be a little bit tighter and a little bit more restricted off both ends. Put your hands together for him if you would. Really, really deep class.
Our third class, class 207 of the Dark Cross Heavyweights, we have in 10th place Abraham Alay. 9th place Ben Kern. 8th place James Lowry. 7th place Boston Bangert. 6th place Emily Gray. 5th place Cash Burnett. 6th place Emily Gray. Whoa, sorry. 5th place Cash Burnett. 4th place Cash Shelton. 3rd place Tyson Brazil. 2nd place, second in class, will be Cade Simpson, and 1st in class will be Colton Fields. Now, with our last class of the Dark Cross Heavyweights, is Class 4, Class 208 of our Dark Cross Heavyweights.
Get into your last class here, and in these heavyweights, I think there's some maturity things to sort through, some hip and hind leg discussion definitely to be had in this particular class. And get down to it. These three I felt like were just a little bit more acceptable in regard to squareness and build. They're all three very different types of hogs in terms of just where we're at from a shape and muscularity standpoint, from a feature standpoint, from a body, type standpoint. I think there is one that just, as we get into him, if you call him good enough in terms of his joint shape, and I think that is a place where I pick on him just a little bit, but his range of motion still reads correct. To me, he is the most honest one in terms of his chest. He is the biggest, freshest backed one that we have that still has running gear to be able to go north and south, and I think puts it together with enough freshness at this stage of the game. Young man in the red shirt there is going to win this particular class. I do pick on just he's got a little bit of fluid on his hock, and that's where I would change it, but it doesn't seem to impede his mobility. It doesn't hinder him from being able to get out and go with enough type of reach in this particular drive. And actually felt like he had the most secure kind of rear leg when I really got in and studied him from that regard. Young lady's hog is going to be second. I like that hog in terms of his elevation, his look up front. That's a barrow that just looks a shot more youthful, mature than a few of these that we have, and I'm a fan of that. I appreciate that when we get into these bigger, heavier weights. Ask yourself on him, does he have quite enough substance? And I think that's the double-edged sword. If he's not as mature, he's probably not going to be as big-legged. At the same point in time, had enough for me. I like his look. I like his elevation. Thought he had plenty of shape and spread on the top side of his framework. Black-headed bear that comes third. I think just body type, pliable, robust center rib, and still a square build on that hog allows him to get up here towards the front. Don't know that he has as many extras when you really get in and break him down. He's a little plainer to look at about his cheek and his jawline. He's not quite as shaped up on the top side of his skeleton. Maybe got a little bit more of a gland, but certainly one in terms of squareness and body type I like a lot of things about. The young man coming out next here in 4, a really opened up, muscular kind of a barrel. Just gets a little weaker on his front foot and a little different in the shape of his hock joint. I want to make him more coordinated out here, naturally just a notch lower at the top of his shoulder than he is his hip. He's opened up, he's muscular, he's stout-featured, just not my speed as much at this stage in terms of his build. One that comes next, if we could reconstruct his hip and his hind leg, I think this hog moves up substantially because he's got a big chest floor, he's got a stout skull, a good look there ahead of his shoulder, really pliable through the mid part of his body. He's too low in his tail set and steep out of his hip, and I didn't see him going with enough coordination behind. We've got to make him go just more correct in terms of how his rear foot and his ankle work in him, get his hock and his foot back behind his tail more consistently. One that comes out next here in 6, a shapely hog, opened up, plenty of muscularity. Another one that I'd like to reconstruct, the rear third of his skeleton, just not as loose out back in terms of his hip and his hind leg. I didn't think he had as much foot size and as much bone underneath of him in relation to the mass that he had on the top side of his skeleton to balance. Like to modify him in that regard. One that comes out next here in 7, a little weaker on his front foot, like to strengthen his pastern and just make him a little fresher in his body shape, but one that has some look and extension there, shoulder forward, still has a good turn to his loin edge and stoutness of feature. Just want to pick up his front feet to go ahead and move him up any higher. One that comes out next here in 8, like that hog in terms of having some width and some muscularity. Need to set him back just a notch the angle of his blade, make him a much more attractive there in terms of his skull and his crest. Hogs in 9 and 10, again, muscular, have some dimension to them. Like to freshen them at this stage of their life. This one coming 9 needs to be peeled back a shot in terms of his cover. The one in 10 I'd like to make just a notch heavier in his bone work and softer in his center body to help him balance. Good set of pigs. Put your hands together for those kids as we round out this last class.
Class 208 of the Dark Cross Heavyweights, our last class, placed in 10th, Trent Glass. In 9th, Addison Glass. In 8th, Caden Bangert. In 7th, James Lowry. 6th, Cash Burnett. 5th, Cash Burnett. 3rd, Jackson Hodgson. 2nd in class, Haley Walker. And first in class, Blaze Davis. Now coming out is our Dark Cross Heavyweight Divisional Drive. Again, our Dark Cross Heavyweight Divisional Drive. Our first places for these four classes were Cade Smith out of 205, Addison Hodgson out of 206, Colton Fields out of 207, and Blaze Davis again out of 208.
Get out here in your heavyweight division, the Dark Cross classes here. Put your hands together, if you would, for these four individuals. Really a fun division to sort through. My compliments to all kids for the quality livestock that they've brought, not just our class winners and our seconds, but at this division, several of those classes, very, very deep and lots of fun to put together. There were two of them within those respective classes that hit me very hard, and you know, as we come back out, I think you can talk about differences back and forth between this pair. The one that just absolutely, in terms of his feature, his density of skeleton, his running gear, puts together so unique kind of a proportional look from the side, I think is a hammer. Young man right here has got your champion. Congratulations to him. Dropped that second place in and talked about him. A muscular barrow that's really good through the center part of his cavity, sound and flexible out here. Not quite as stout in his lower jawline, maybe as a few of them, but certainly one that's in contention. Young man there in the blue shirt had one that won a class just based on freshness and look up front. Talked about him maybe wanting to set down just a notch tighter in his rear ankle, but certainly a good barrow that's fresh and has a youthful kind of a look still at this stage of the game. The young man in the red won the last class, and we talked about there's a lot of differences to sort through in that particular setting. Clean up his joints a little bit. That's the place I pick on him, but opened up and stout and square. There's another one. They hit me very hard in terms of look and elevation. Got a big back rolled into him. Not quite as uniquely stout and secure about his rear leg as what that champion is, but one that's very, very good. Young lady to my left here has reserve. Congratulations to her.
For our Dark Cross Heavy Divisional Drive, we have as our reserve champion from Class 206, Addison Hodgson, and our divisional champion from Class 205, Cade Smith. Coming out our gates will be our Dark Cross Divisional Champion Drive. Our Dark Cross Divisional Champion Drive. for our grand drive. We will start the grand drive at 4:45 following this class. Again, we will start the grand drive at 4:45.
Get our champions back out here in your dark cross division. All three of these barrows represent tremendous quality. They're the types of livestock that, in my opinion, just hit you with that impression of quality, the impression of balance when they come out. They're fresh, they're comfortable, they're good hogs, and we got three good reserves sitting in behind them. Honestly, I was excited whenever I got the call to come and look forward to what it would be as we've got into these dark crosses. The upper end of this show is everything and more that I would have hoped that it would have been. And there's hogs that we sent back to the pins today, thirds and fourths in classes that would be very, very competitive at any county fair, potentially win county fairs across the country, even state fairs that I've judged. We've got hogs that are going to get left out of this divisional drive, this dark cross division that would be competitive and could have won state fairs that I've had the opportunity to sort. So, Weld County, my hat's off to you. This has been phenomenal and a lot of fun to get in and break them down and be the one with the microphone. Before we name you a champion in this dark division, let's put our hands together, please, and congratulate these kids for doing an outstanding job. Get down and I told you that lightweight, when he came in, hit me extremely hard in that division and was one that is very, very high quality. We get him out here, and I think that hog still has better days ahead of him. The middle and the heavy are hogs that, as they came through the ring, just hit me so incredibly good in terms of their squareness and their build, their extra shot of stoutness, their extra shot of muscularity. I think it's splitting hairs between this pair when you really get in and break them down from every aspect and every place, that we need to. I guess which one, as I get down to it, puts together those things I'm after in terms of just being so stout, so square, so good in terms of his rear leg, with one that is just this hard to make in terms of the build of his rear skeleton and proportions up extremely, extremely well. This young man with the heavy's got your champion. Congratulations to him. We dropped that reserve heavy in, and he's one that just immediately is right there in the mix, in my opinion, between him and the middleweight. And, the difference is, again, you get in and talk about him, the reserve heavy in terms of his look, his elevation, freshness up high is really, really good. Didn't come with maybe quite the same type of right at the surface in terms of foot size, and felt like maybe his hind leg isn't quite as just naturally bendy and secure, but one that I like a great deal in terms of being big backed and good looking and fresh. The middleweight, again, within that division, came out, hit me extremely hard. Love his look, love his elevation. I think that he and that champion resemble each other in so many areas and are so good in their proportions. I like the middleweight reserve. Congratulations to him.
Dark Cross. For our Dark Cross division drive, we have as our reserve champion from Class 203, Dawson Dever, and from Class 205 for our champion Dark Cross division, we have Cade Smith. As a reminder, we will have our champions drive at 4:45. Again, that is at 4:45. As we prepare for our grand drive, we want to reintroduce our judge, Mr. Kane Austin. He's married to his wife, Tawny, and welcomed their first child, a son named Judge, on March 15th of this year. Most recently, he spent 7 years as the livestock judging coach at Hutchinson Community College in Hutchinson, Kansas. He was a member of livestock judging teams at Lincoln Land Community College and Kansas State University and received a bachelor's in animal science from K-State. He's since gone on to work on his master's in community development and leadership development at the University of Kentucky. He was an active member in the NJSA and Team Purebred growing up and was the NJSA Junior Board President while in college. His faith, family, and love for the livestock industry are most important to him. He tries to be the best follower of Christ day in and day out that he can be. If we could, a round of applause for our judge, Kane Austin. at our grand drive, we have our reserve champions from all our classes. Coming out first, our Berkshire Reserve champion. That is Cashlyn Yonker. Following her, our reserve Chester being Blake Bochelle. Our reserve champion Duroc from Tanner, Brazil. Our reserve Hampshire being Mason Hudson. Our reserve champion Hereford being Alan Raff. Our reserve spot being Bowen Devitt. Our reserve champion York, Callie Johnson. Our reserve other purebred, Carson Lay. Our reserve champion, light cross, Tuck Trumbull. And our reserve dark cross, Dawson Dever. As we await our champions, let's get one more round of applause for our incredible youth exhibitors and the work they've put in over this past year. Their work wouldn't be so easily seen by us and displayed today without our sponsors. So if you take a look around the arena and see our sponsors and give a big thanks to them with a round of applause. All right, our champion, Berkshire, is from Kenzie Ulrich. Our champion Chester from Olivia Dever. Our champion Durock from Kinley Shrivogel. Our champion Hampshire being Addison Hodgson. Our champion Hereford being Marley Mildenberger. Our champion Spot from Addison Powers. Our champion York from Mason Hodgson. Our champion, other purebred from Allen Raff. Our champion, Light Cross from Lindley Dever. And our champion, Dark Cross from Cade Smith. As a reminder, this part of the drive includes all the champions from our Berkshire, Chester, Durock, Hampshire, Hereford, Spot, Yorkshire, other purebreds, Light Cross, and our Dark Cross.
We get out here for your champion drive. Weld County, it's been a blast. I've had a lot of fun. It's been phenomenal in terms of the quality, not only of the livestock, but of the young people. And I guess when I think of Weld County, you know, growing up, coming out here for the National Western since my college days of being on college judging teams and then coaching, you know, we would come out here for workouts and just spend several days in this area and probably not even scratch the surface of places that we could have went to, workouts that we could have, stopped at. And so it's just a great livestock area. It's a livestock county through and through. Driving in today, I don't see a carnival. You know, I don't see a bunch of other stuff going on. This is Livestock Central right here, and we got a packed house for it. Let's make some noise for your county. Let's make some noise for these young people. It's impressive to see, and I've heard, you know, great things, not only about the show, but about the sale, the premium auction, the support that's poured back in to the youth here involved in agriculture, involved in a livestock project, is certainly, something that needs to be commended. And so my hat's off to everybody that makes this deal go. I'd be remiss if I didn't first thank the folks that have kept this show moving, from opening gates, the people in the back, making sure things have went through and got checked in correctly. You know, as they come to the ring, our announcers, the people that have just made this show continue to be efficient as we've rolled through the day. Let's put our hands together and thank them for the job that they do. It's been a busy week. I was in Texas last Saturday, sort of the prospect show there. I flew to Indiana and judged a pretty large county fair out there on Tuesday, and then made it here to judge your show today. I'm guessing I'm close to 1,000 head this week, and I knew that on the calendar a few months ago when that started to take shape, that it was going to be a lot of fun and it was going to be busy. Maybe didn't realize how busy and just how logistically, how are we going to get everywhere. My wife and I had a baby in March, and got a 4-month-old, and he was able to travel. They both were with me to the show last weekend in Texas. We've done everything together since he's been born. We've went to every event together. There haven't been, more than one night that we've spent away from one another. And then this week, flying alone to Indiana, and then coming to this show. I can tell you this: when you lay your head down at night in those hotel rooms, and you're away from your wife, you're away from your newborn, it's a new perspective that I have on life that I didn't have, until he came along. And I've been through some things. We won't get into all of that today, but I can promise you, my perspective over the last 3 to 4 years has changed immensely. I'm as competitive as anybody. When I was a showman, I wanted to win. I'll be honest with you, I never had pigs very often that a caliber show like this would have made the grand drive. Showmanship was kind of what I focused on, because I felt like that's where I could be the best version of myself. Was fortunate enough to have some success in the ring with pigs at my state fair my last year or two. But I can tell you, as competitive as we want to be, as much as these kids have wanted to win, today you see it on their face when they get put 3rd, 4th, 5th, or whatever. They come up, and every single one of them shook my hand. Some of it probably was because they were told to, but they did shake my hand, and you could tell on their face it was still kind of eating at them, because nobody wants to stand out here in 103-degree heat and be 4th. I can promise you that. We're all competitive. We all want to win. At the same point in time, I can tell you that my perspective over the last 3 to 4 years, and then especially the last 4 months having a child, the most important thing that you can say, in my opinion, about me, if the worst thing that you can say about me is I am not a very good pig judge in your mind, then I think I've done all right. But if the best thing you can say about me is you really think I'm a good pig judge, I don't like that either, because then I don't have my priorities in line. I want to be the best father. I want to be the best husband. Most importantly, I want to be the best follower of Christ that I can be day in and day out. I challenge each and every one of you. I don't say that to try to point at me or make you think that I'm saying I'm better than everybody else. Trust me, I've got my own issues in my life, and mistakes are made daily. And I'm a sinner saved by grace. The most important thing that you can do in your life is have a personal relationship with the one that created us, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. That is the most important thing, in my opinion, that we can do. This pig showing, this is important stuff. Spending time with your family is the most important thing that you can do with this activity, but making sure we raise our kids right, making sure that we, each and every one of us, repent of our sins and call on the name of the Lord to be saved, because we will meet our Creator again, and we want to make heaven crowded. And so that's the most important message I feel like I can share with you. It's been a blast for me to step in the ring. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. You guys have been great all day long. You kids can fire these hogs back up and get them rolling. As they get rolling again, Weld County, I ask you, let's make some noise for these kids. Put your hands together, get loud, show them your appreciation. Quality's been exceptional. I told you in those crosses, I think we had depth and quality all the way up and down the line that could contend anywhere at any level. Get them back out. There's one that just absolutely hit me like a ton of lead in this particular drive here. The Crossbred Barrow Dark Cross is your champion. Congratulations. We'll keep the comments pretty brief, but definitely felt like within that dark division as we worked throughout the day, there was several of them that could have been out here and been in contention immediately. Those two hit me extremely hard. That young man with the reserve darks got your reserve grand. Congratulations. Be the last time I talk here for third, and then we'll shake hands from here on out. Again, I can't tell you how much I enjoyed it and how much I appreciate getting the opportunity to come in and step in the ring and sort your show. I told you right off the bat, first class of showmanship this morning, was going to give every kid a fair look and give you my honest evaluation, and I feel like I did that to the best of my ability for you. We get out here, and these are the ones that I like. There's another one that hit me very, very hard within that particular breed and feel like he needs to come third. Young lady with the Hampshire is next.